Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's all right. I might have a scratchy voice today, as I have sang many songs at karaoke last night, and my voice is a little scratchy. But it was a fun evening with my nephew and a friend of mine. Okay. Everything seems all right. Over here. Let's check it out. Yep. Check the email. All right, so my pages are open. HF Underground for Pirates, and actually a little earlier I was hearing Mixed Radio International on 25,700. That's why the radio's on that frequency. It was coming in earlier. So kind of interesting. Now there's nothing. I don't know if he's still there and I don't hear it. If you guys want to try 25,700 upper sideband, see if you hear anything. You might have stopped broadcasting, but that's pretty good. All right, so hey everybody, welcome to this Shortwave radio. Let me just go here. Here we go, and put this bigger. Welcome to the Shortwave radio channel. And there we go. Always nice to have everybody here. So we are live every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And that is also the case that we talk about radio. And my name is Gilles, located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we just have a lot of fun and geek out with radio and have some great time. So really nice to have here, to have all of you here. And turning on A&L to eliminate scratchy voice. Cheers. The usual beer. That's going to hopefully help my voice a little. So we have a chat room. If you want to join in, there's beautiful people in the chat room. They are really, really great. I think we have one of the best groups here. It's as simple as that. And of course, there's the Facebook group. Once this live show is over, you can head on to the Facebook group where people post what they're listening to, the radios they use, and so on. And of course, this is the best place if you ask for questions. If you're new to the hobby and maybe you're going to ask questions and you've been in the hobby for 50 years, because there are things we don't know. We simply don't know. And so this is the place to be if you want help. And hope that you enjoyed today's show. And it's always fun to have all of you here. So yeah, today we're going to just tune the bands, check things out, go around and see what's out there. And hopefully things are going to be interesting. I didn't check the conditions, the space weather conditions. What does it look like right now? So right now, the K index is at 0.3. Now that's great. That's great. That means that we might have some really good propagation during the day today, during the show. Solar flux 128. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. So we're going to check it out. Space Weather has an interesting article about a surprising super plasma bubble. A new study just published in the journal Space Weather describes a super plasma bubble that appeared in Earth's upper atmosphere during a minor geomagnetic storm. Normally, plasma bubbles stay near the equator. In this case, a surprising surge of electric fields lifted the ionosphere, allowing the bubble to grow and spread. The result was a widespread GPS disturbance in Europe and Africa. So, kind of interesting. The effects of all of this. There was a funny article about the big geomagnetic storm that we had, and a guy that had a kind of a smart lawnmower machine that just goes on its own. And during the geomagnetic storm, it started going off course, and the lawnmower was cutting the flowers instead of cutting the grass, because the GPS signals were all scrambled and it didn't know where it was anymore. So, all right, so let's start this. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Ron Nanimal from Toronto. Brian Leesner from Philadelphia. Brian Leesner says later's grocery duty. So that's something we unfortunately have to do, or fortunately, some like it. Brian says I'd rather stay inside and let the antennas freeze. It's 11 Fahrenheit according to my weather station, which is something like minus 12, I guess, around minus 12 Celsius in Montreal. It was pretty cold last night. When I came back home last night, it was about minus 19. So it was just below freezing, below 0 Fahrenheit when I came back from karaoke at about 2 in the morning. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. We have Robert Cross, nice to have you on board from the UK. We have Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. MPR TVG, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess. WA5107SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Did the Zoom meetings restart? No, they didn't restart. We're going to reactivate that in February, with the last Sunday of February. Free to choose. Nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe. Bienvenue. J'espère que ça va bien. Rick Myers, KO4OSA. Nice to have you here from cold South Daytona, Florida. I did see the weather forecast. I think it was yesterday, about Florida and how cold it is down there. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Ben Nielsen, nice to have you here. Says good afternoon from cold Fort Lauderdale. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey. KC2TEL. Idaho Head, nice to have you on board for North Idaho. 40 Fahrenheit and ice is melting fast. Mike WDX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Blogger Die from a snowy Virginia, and wondering whether the third attempt to deliver my incoming Sunflash RD666 radio will succeed. So you had some problems with the deliveries. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. We have old radios. Nice to have you here. And Brian Leesner, I'll take donations for my heating bill. The neighbors, the new neighbors here. I am on a plan with Hydro-Quebec, so they divide the whole year into 12 months of payments, of equal payments. So which it comes up to about 120. I think $128 a month I pay for my electricity. And I mean, I leave everything open on all the time. I'm not careful about saving electricity here. And so, because they have moved in less than a year, they can't have that plan of 12 months until it has been 12 months that they lived there. So, yesterday, one of the girls talked to me and she said, "Is it normal I'm paying I got a $580 bill for electricity?" I said, "Yeah, in the wintertime, the bills are really, really big. It's in the summertime, they're small." So I told her, I said, when the year is over, go to the equal plan. Call them and tell them that you want to go to the equal plan so that every month you'll have the same amount, because or else in the wintertime you're going to go crazy. As I even told her, I said, that one's 500, the next one's going to be 700 or 800. It's going to be crazy. Yes, Bobby Burgess was watching the camera at the bar that I went to for karaoke. So Bobby Burgess did see the. Just gonna remove the vibration off my phone because you probably hear it maybe in the. There we go. I was wondering, I was hearing buzzing, and I was like, what's that? It's like, oh yeah, my phone's on the vibration. Lagardice says, DX286, PL330, and ATS25 Max decoder on the desk with the WOW antenna wire out the window. Megan says, don't ask me to sing karaoke. My singing sounds like a big sack of bagpipes getting beaten on by a herd of angry elephants, getting nothing but... Oh, God, that's the very, very interesting description of your voice at karaoke. Rick Myers, it's 62 and dropping to 24 overnight for here. In South Daytona, Florida. It's pretty cold, eh? RJ Dakota. Someone that I watch on internet. It was in Mexico City, and actually he goes there and stays there like several months every year. And he was saying that in Mexico City, it went down to where he is. It went down to like 50 Fahrenheit this week, which was pretty cold. He said it's cold for this time for Mexico and Mexico City. I mean, Mexico City where he is pretty high altitude, so it never gets really that warm. You know, it's like usually temperatures are in the 70s most of the time. But he says that this year they've had a few cold snaps there too. So it seems that the cold weather is really going down pretty far south. It's been cold here. I think we're in the middle of what I would guess the coldest winter in quite a while. I don't recall having a winter that is this cold, and that started so early also, because I mean we had our first snowfall like the first week of November. I mean this year is kind of a tough one. So we'll see, and apparently the next few weeks it's gonna stay cold as we're getting into February. JDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. And it says here on a super cold sunny day, barely 20 Fahrenheit, 6 Celsius, minus 6.6 Celsius. Andy New, nice to have you here, M7CUN. Dean Bianco, nice to have you on board from the snowy Adirondacks. And makes the radio blasted in on 25-700 here too. Their audio is outstanding for an SSB station. Incredibly professional for a pirate. Yeah, and that wide band that he's using is helping a lot. It's creating a lot of frequencies that usually are cut off, because most single sideband signals are 3 kilohertz wide, roughly. Amateur radio is like 2.8 kilohertz wide. And so in 2.8 kilohertz is okay for voice, but when you put music on it, the upper frequencies of the music is cut off. But he uses a really wide, like 15, 20, almost 20 kilohertz of single sideband and upper sideband, and so he retains all those rich frequencies. That's why he sounds so good. When I hear him here on the Yaesu, what I do is I put my the roofing filter at 12 kilohertz because it sounds really, really great. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. And talking of mixed radio, I posted a quick video this week that I was doing like multitask, and I was showing the great signal of Mixed Radio International, and actually Mixed Radio International said hello through one of the comments on that video, saying thank you for the nice comments on the broadcast of Mixed Radio International. He's been very active this week. He's been I heard him on 9975. I heard him on 12155. Frequencies that are close to WWCR. Talking of WWCR, is WWCR back? They had a big power outage. No, 12160 is off. So I'm wondering if so they're still not back on the air. They had, I think, and Tennessee, they had in a big ice storm. So I don't know if it's just the power that's off or it's that their antennas are damaged or something, but they've been missing all week. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Brian Leisner says propagation not too bad on the upper frequencies. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Arizona. Darren Rogers, Long Island, New York. We have Protocol Ireland, nice to have you here. And says we had enough rain for a whole year this January. Wow. Brian Leisner, my nephew in Florida, Key West, was complaining about 61 degrees. It's all relative, I guess. Yeah, it is. Definitely. Definitely. So, hi, LB8CQ. The UFO shirt. Yeah, with a cat in it. So my shirt is a cat taking a selfie with the flying saucer in the background. I saw it and I told myself I need that shirt. So, some CB activity on Channel 6. Some CB activity on Channel 6. Screaming Eagle, nice to have you here from upstate New York. Nick Hammondot, nice to have you here from Romania. Mike says, dang, how did I miss online version? Oops, just going to go back. I lost my spot. There we go. Dang, I missed the online version of Gilles Karaoke. Is there a recorded version somewhere online? Yeah, if you go to just put the website here. I was not in very good in my best voice shape yesterday. I had a hard time singing most songs, but usually it's not bad. So yeah, this is the bar that I go to right near here, and you can go and check out the archives. Usually, so you should have all of last night's karaoke there, and you'll see me singing a couple of songs. My first two songs weren't too bad. The rest was rather scrap. My voice wasn't there. Robert Cross, radio I got last week has a major issue with the amplifier burning up output transistors. I was working on it today to open resistors, radio dated 1967, 3 shortwave bands, hope to get it fixed. Yeah, you got to be careful with these old receivers. The one of the big I Mr. Carlson's lab often says you gotta use, when you plug in one of those old radios, you gotta really make sure that you bring up the power slowly and examine what's happening. Because if you put it on full power immediately and the radio's faulty, you can blow up a tube, you can blow up parts. Some of them that are sometimes difficult to find a replacement. This is the problem of old radios. You got to be very, very careful. That's why he's using like some kind of step-up transformer. Like he's got his like this big transformer with bulbs in it that when the bulbs are in, it lowers the amount of current in the radio or the device that he's plugged in, and he brings up the power very slowly and examines if anything's wrong with the radio. So you should find a way to do the same thing because sometimes just plugging in. There was he has an interesting video on somebody asked the question of is it safe to leave, like these old radios like the one I have here, the Westinghouse International. Is it safe to leave them on plugged in all the time? And his answer was a simple nope. You shouldn't. When you don't use them, don't unplug the radios. They're not safe to be left plugged in all the time. You never know what could happen. Jay Dakota, last winter I saw pictures of snow in northern Mexico near the New Mexico border. M. Frame, nice to have you here. EI4GJB, nice to have you on board, Martin, from Ireland. Brian Leisner, harshest winter for I can't even remember. Yeah, this one is it's a pretty good one. I don't know if the camera's plugged in. This is what my look outside, what it looks like here. This is what we have right now with the snow. They removed the snow this week it was the 5th. They said that the snow removal this week was the 5th one, and that last year we had 5 in the whole winter, and we're barely getting into February. So here it's for sure we're going to have more snow. We have snow, especially February. February and March are 2 of the months where if we need really big, if we get really big snowstorm, it's usually February or March. I'm not hearing it here, so Mixed Radio International probably signed off. And if I look at any pirate activity, anything else right now, I don't see anything else. So I guess they signed off with Mixed Radio. Brian Leisner, WWCR was out last night. Jeff King, good afternoon, from the cold Jacksonville, Florida. Getting ready for some 20 degrees Fahrenheit lows. That's cold. It reminds me of the. It's kind of interesting because they were talking about the 40th anniversary of the Challenger explosion when the shuttle exploded on January the 28th, 1986. And it's funny because at the 40th anniversary, we're getting temperatures. You guys are getting temperatures in Florida that are as cold as they were back then when the shuttle exploded this year. Patriot RV Life, nice to have you here from Texas. RJ Dakota, nice to, yeah, okay. Old radio is wet. January actually has an end. It seems like it. Last day today. It's incredible. I can't believe it. By the way, if you like what I do, if you're happy for me to be here all the time, do give a little something. It helps me out tremendously. And especially this month, January is the crappiest monetization on YouTube I've had in about 7 years. So that definitely helps out if you give a little something through the super chat. And tonight will be sushi night. And Paul will have cat treats. So if you want to help out, make sure that I can eat, that I don't become all skinny because I got no food. You can also send through PayPal at the email that I just posted. And thank you, Blogger Die, for your donation that I received just before the live show. One of the interesting things that's coming up about with the fact that we're in February tomorrow is also the fact that it really shows propagation is changing. We're slowly getting into the propagation that we have when we get closer to the equinox. We're starting to hear China on the higher bands a lot more, and we're getting a lot of more of Asian signals. So it's kind of interesting to tune the bands and check out what's out there. Definitely, it's beginning to look very interesting, and man, time flies. If you guys can imagine that we're now barely 2 months away from the new schedule change again. End of March, last Sunday of March will be the schedule change. We'll get into the A26 season. There's already talk about it because there's already talk about the stations that are going to the HFCC with their frequencies they want to use. Another thing coming up slowly but still a little far away. There's the SWL Fest. If you like to participate, if you like to be there, we now have the Nassau Shortwave Festival coming up in May. Early May will be May 1st and 2nd. So we have the dates for that. I'm going to post here the link to the festival if you want to join. There's no official program schedule yet, but I might actually propose myself to do a presentation on the radios that are available today for shortwave listening. Talk about some of the good radios that are out there. So I think it would be for a lot of people, it would be a nice refresh. A lot of people are not up to date and necessarily up to date with all the radios that we have today that are available that you can purchase brand new. So I'm probably going to propose to do something with that. Last year, my utility presentation, people really loved it. So I might do one on the radios this year. I'm going to check that out with them when they start, because they're going to start asking for people to, come forward and say you want to do a presentation. So I think I'm going to do one on radio receivers. Jeff King, everyone going through this storm, my prayers go out to you. Stay warm. Yeah, We had the snow. We had snow from that big storm in the United States. Um, we it wasn't as big as you guys had it down there, but we did have about a good 6 7 inch of snow from that. But now it's cloudy and it's kind of cloudy, cold winter day. Old radio's got to deal with the second worst month of the year. Art is Autocraft's Kitchen. Nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Jill, is that a realistic Minimus 7 speaker on top of your ICOM? This here is a. I don't remember what's the I don't want to touch it, but I don't remember which model it is, but it is a realistic. Let me just check it out here. There we go. So this is a Minimus. It says Minimus 2.5. So let me just check it out here. I guess I can find it in the. I've had that speaker for. Yeah, realistic Minimus 2.5. Man, on eBay, they're selling a pair on eBay for $100. Whoa. So yeah, a Minimus 2.5. So I purchased that speaker, and I remember the guy looking at me in a funny way because they didn't come in pairs. You could just buy one. And I remember I purchased, and he said, "You're buying just one?" I said, "Yeah. I don't need two. It's not a stereo." And it's been, man, I purchased that speaker in the 80s. That speaker has been with me for, wow, what radios? I plugged it in on the Kenwood R5000. This speaker has been, yeah, I would guess late 80s is when I purchased it, and still works great. I always used it with my radios because like for example, the ICOM ICR 500 speaker is on the top, sounds okay, but nothing fantastic. And that speaker actually tremendously helps out in the audio. So I've used it with the Kenwood R5000. I've used it with the ICOM here. It's a great little speaker. Don't remember how much I paid for it back then, though. Craig Martinetti, 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Danny Valor, nice to have you here. Hope you're both well. And nice to have you on board, Imanji O'Doherty. Or Zip, nice to have you here. KA3VJM. Patriot VR Life, RV Life says it's scorching 40 degrees in South Texas. So, Shall singing Boogie Oogie. Robert Cross says, yeah, I have a bench power supply gel I had current limited. All right, that's good. That's good. Old radios, I need a Variac. This is a problem with old radios. Yep, you should definitely have one of those, because old radios, you never know what can happen. I don't have one here. So when I have a new old radio, usually what I do is I plug it in at a distance. I have this long extension cord. And what I'll do is I'll plug it in, but I'll stay away. And if I see anything, you know, bad going on, I just unplug it immediately. All right. Robert Cross, old radios need new resistors, capacitors. So, you know, the effect of old capacitors is amazing. I was watching Mr. Carlson's lab. He was fixing an old small transistor radio that didn't work, and he ended up with a broken resistor. One of the resistors on the board had these leads that were just so thin that it just broke off. So he replaced the resistor, and the radio was working, but I when he put the volume up, he said, that volume is not very strong. There must be something wrong with one of the capacitors. So indeed, he took a capacitor and just, put the leads on the circuit board just to bypass the one that was on the board, and immediately the volume went up. So it's interesting, the effects of bad capacitors. Sometimes the radio can still work, but something will not be. I saw another one of his videos that the sensitivity, he was I think it was a tube radio that he was fixing, and the when he tuned the bands, all the signals were pretty weak. He changed one of the capacitors, and suddenly the radio was like super sensitive. So it has a tremendous effect when those capacitors wear out. There's all sorts of things that can happen to that radio. Some of them are sometimes shorted. And it sometimes the radio still works anyways, but it doesn't perform the way it should. So those old radios, definitely. Fifth time in this season, Bobby. It's the fifth time they've removed snow since November. Usually the five, like that's what we're saying. Like last year, five was the whole season. Last year was 5 times, and we're already at 5. And I mean, we still have February and March to go through. Patriot RV Life. Back in the day, I had the base station Royce 640, a 30-foot antenna, and from Texas used to talk skip to Europe, especially in the when those big solar cycles were happening, in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Man, that was crazy. Blogger, some really cheap stuff gets blown out on Timu sometimes. I got a medium wave, shortwave, FM, Bluetooth, MP3 with stereo speakers, flashlight, AC power, D batteries, rechargeable, under $15 delivered. Wow. Old radios. Phew, my 1946 Magnavox is not plugged in. Mike WX50, Jill singing All I Ever Wanted About Radios. Blogger Die, my 1924 Crosley 51 doesn't even plug in. It requires an A, B, and C battery. Yeah, back in the day when there were some of those weird batteries that were powering radios. DH1AO, nice to have you here from Germany, -7 Celsius, 20 Fahrenheit. Space Ghost Supreme. What's a good stealth setup for an antenna that works on the HF bands? Personally, if I had a way to, if you want to hide an antenna, I would go with just buy some big plant and put an MLA 30 in it. Magnetic loop, the MLA 30 or the GA 490. And so people won't complain, it's a plant, and won't probably never notice that there's an antenna in it. I think that would be a good, a really good way of hiding an antenna. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from cold and windy Florida. Jeff King says, wow, I saw the shuttle explode. I was in Leesburg, Florida, close enough to see it. That was my second year in Florida, which means I've been here 41 years. Wow. The space shuttle explosion, I was in high school when it happened. And I remember that I learned about it because I came home from for lunch around noon, and I've always been a big fan of space exploration and NASA and all of that. And I remember I got in, and the first thing my mom said is the space shuttle exploded this morning, and it just surprised me so much. I was like, "What? Space shuttle exploded?" It was just crazy. Blogger Die can paint the mask for the MLA 30, and it can be really hard to see. Yeah. Like I said, you could shove it in a big plant, and no one will see it. John Hummel Newell, nice to have you here. VE5 JHN. There's an irony in the fact that the shuttle blew up because of the cold in the rubber joints and the boosters, and they canceled the Artemis Wet rehearsal for the trip to the moon using boaters. You know, I think they're today they don't want to have another screw up. So you know what, they're not taking any chances, and that's what you want. I mean, space exploration is so complex that you never know. You never know what could happen. I mean, they had all the data. The company that made the solid rocket boosters had recommended at first that maybe it was not a good idea to launch the shuttle, and yet they did it anyway. Yeah, registration is not open yet, Bobby. So they're going to eventually have that. We'll talk about it when it happens. I'll have all the details. I guess this year we might have another. I remember me, Sheldon Harvey, and a few other people. We had a Zoom meeting with the organizers, Richard Cuff and John Figliozzi, to talk about the fest, and because last year we wanted the fest to really take a new direction, be something different. Let's stop being like the good old days, and let's modernize everything. J Projects, nice to have you on board from San Diego, California. Brian Leisner says Minimus 7s are smaller. I have a pair in white. Arthur Zalacrafter says, gotcha. I've restored many parts of Minimus 7s for my insane stereo hobby. 2.5 was big in the 80s. Slightly larger cabinet than the Minimus 7s. Chad Cavalier says, "What would you think is a very good shortwave receiver? I've been looking to purchase one." If you don't have any, I think one of the great radios out there for size and for it's very portable and it just does it all for the price. The Texan PL330 is a great choice. There's the XH Data D808 also, which is a good choice. And they're great because they have single sideband, so everything's you can listen to pretty much anything on shortwave. And the Texan PL330 has the advantage of calibration. A great example of why I like these radios that are very precise in tuning and have calibration capability. I was listening to Mixed Radio International, and I turned on the Sony ICF 7600, which is a radio that has a BFO. So you put it on frequency, and then you have to match with the BFO, match the voice. And when it's music that's playing, it's very difficult to find that zero beat so that the music sounds good. And this is where I noticed, wow, you know what? Having a Texan radio that has precise frequency and calibration is just great. I just turned on my Texan PL 2200X. And it was already, I had not recalibrated the frequency since last time I used it about, a month ago. And it was right on dot. The music sounded perfect from just typing in the frequency. This is what I like about those radios like the Texan PL330. The precision makes it easier to tune anything in single sideband. Old radios remember to shout smoke test. 39 Keller variable transformer auto AC voltage regulator power supply. Yep. Like I paint the mask to match the background. Gray wall, gray mask. Yep. Definitely. It's easy to hide an MLA30, and nobody noticed. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board from North Illinois. Lagardai MLA30 plus antenna should be relatively close to the ground. Yeah, there's a magnetic loop. There's no real use in putting it very high up. It doesn't change anything. But placement or the place where you'll put that antenna is important though. Sometimes just a feet away makes a huge difference in the reception, depending on how much noise you've got. Old radios finally got Apple mobile product without a home button for the first time since 2008. It's taking it to getting used to. I got a new phone. Cool. Jeff King, I only buy tube radios that have been gone through professionally, or I take it to the tube radio technician near Orlando. He's fantastic. Yeah, that's usually a good thing when you can buy it from a source like here. If I would really want to go and buy one, what I would do is go to Radio Hofsep. I mean, the guy has. You've seen my video. The guy has dozens and dozens of old tube receivers, but he's gone through it. He fixed it. He fixed them himself. SWL signals 23, propagation definitely changing. I'm hearing RAF vomit on 11253. Normally don't get this until the evening. Let's check it out here. Let's check it out here. Coming in. 11253 upper sideband, the Royal Air Force Volmet from the UK. Channel 6 Super Bowl coming in with a lot of stuff. And we got CHU on 7850 on the ICOM. So let's try it on that one. 11253. I hear it, but it's not as strong as on the Yaesu. This is where you see that my end-fed antenna actually performs better as we go higher in frequency than the magnetic loop. So yep, I'm hearing the RAF Volmet. I have not tuned it in a little while. There's Shannon also. Shannon is what? 13. Let's check Shannon. 13264. Yeah, it's not very strong, but it's there. So Shannon, Ireland on 13264. And a much stronger signal from the Royal Air Force Volmet. (11253) upper sideband. Brian Leisner, the Amlite 880 that I ordered from Banggood is of course back ordered. Funny how they let you know after you take the money. Yep, I hate that. It's like, oh, we don't have one. You know, it's like, at least, you know, when they put it like we have it like in stock, when they could show you in stock. I like that when you know, but when they technically they shouldn't even take your money as long as the radio's in back order. It's like, yeah, they grab it because they don't want you to change your mind. Radical Squadron, Plantenna. Yes, it's a Plantenna. Like WX50, there's so much excitement because of teacher Krista McAuliffe being on the shuttle mission. Schools around the world were watching live. So very sad. Yeah, it is sad. It is very sad. The BBC had a small, a little documentary this week on the Challenger explosion. And the question that was raised is kind of interesting. We know, and you know, that name Krista McAuliffe is now, you know, part of history because the shuttle exploded. But they're saying, what if the shuttle had not exploded and everything would have went fine? Would we still be hearing about her today? And I was like, well, that's an interesting question. You know, we talk about stuff when things go bad. But what if it didn't go bad that day? And, you know, would she still be, you know, a name that we talk about or should be forgotten? I remember that, by the way, if you guys have Netflix and have not looked at it, there's a 4-part documentary about the Challenger explosion that is extremely good. Very, very, very good. Going from the beginning to the end of, you know, the investigation that came through and everything. An investigation that at the start was supposed to not, you know, go too hard on NASA, but they finally just didn't have a choice because they learned too many stupid things had been done and happened and killed, you know, all of these people. But, yep. There's a talking about buying tube radios that have been fixed by professionals. The I went to the flea market that's not very far from here, and there's one kiosk there. There's one place where the guy sells. I would guess he has probably about 100, close to 100 old tube radios, a la crafters of all sorts. He's got all sorts of things. But dang, every time I go, that kiosk is not open. There's always that like a blue curtain around it. It's like, when the hell are you open? I went there 3 times in what, a month and a half, different days, and it wasn't open. It's like, when do you open? Because I would like, I would actually pay the guy if he wants me to pay him. I would like to make a video for the channel showing the radios that he got. I thought, you know what? If he says no, I'm going to offer him, I don't know, I'm going to offer him, I'll give you $40. You want to have $40? For $40, can I, make a video of all your radios? And I'd like that. Maybe he's going to say yes, but you never know with these guys. But every time I go there, and last time that I went there, that it was actually open. Oh God, the radios! It's like I drool over all the tube radios there. Jeff King, 1936, Stromberg Carlson, 3-band medium wave, 2-band shortwave, fantastic receiver. Bob Rouse, tomorrow is the 23rd anniversary of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. Yeah, February 1st, that's true, February 1st. You made me just realize how close in the dates the two events are. January 28th for Challenger and Space Shuttle Columbia. Space Shuttle Columbia, I learned, wasn't it on a Saturday that happened, or Sunday? Columbia Shuttle disaster date was February 1st, 2003. And what day of the week? So it was a Saturday, yeah. That's what I remember. It was a weekend. And how did I get... I think I was watching something on TV. And I think they interrupted the program for that Columbia disaster when it broke up. I can't even imagine how it, both tragedies are interesting in their own way. They were saying that when Challenger exploded, the cabin where the crew was intact. They found it intact in the ocean. And they were saying that they were still alive because they could see that they had started to put their spacesuit or whatever, I don't remember what on, but they were saying that they were still alive. Even though it was a big explosion, the cabin was intact, and apparently they were still alive. I was like, okay. I can just imagine how horrible that could have been. And same with, Columbia. I can just imagine when everything started going bad, they must have had enough time to realize that, okay, this is not going well. Radical Squadron. Morton Tire Call. That was the company that built the SRBs. Yep. Yep. And there were, there was a lot of pressure. I mean, the space shuttle program was at a lot of pressure to have as many shuttles going up as possible. And so, because I mean, the company that made the boosters did say maybe it's not a good idea to launch. It's too cold, and the pressure from NASA made them say, okay, yeah, go for it. John Gary, nice to have you here from Ontario. Lester Polyester, nice to have you on board from snowy East Tennessee. Heard mixed radio the other day, strong signal on 12155. Only caught an hour before losing it. Like I was just watching Joel's PL 330 calibration video earlier today. Oh, really? ZY3WR, I wonder how does USB LSB work? Can I tell when a station on those mod use one or the other, or it's manually until it sounds right? No, there is a difference. So usually, first, if we don't look at amateur radio, we only talk about anything else on the bands. 99% of everything that's single sideband is upper sideband automatically. So if you tune the shortwave bands outside of the AM bands and search for signals in single sideband, stay in upper sideband. They are all upper sideband pretty much. There's a few exceptions, like, you'll have peskies. Those fishermen sometimes use lower sideband, things like that. But for the most part, everything's in upper sideband. In the amateur bands, the rule is anything above 10 megahertz is upper sideband, and everything below 10 megahertz is lower sideband. That's a rule that is only for amateur radio. Only amateur radio. Everything else is upper sideband. So, like you guys are talking about the rule right now, Lester Polyester, that's only good for amateur radio. Everything is upper sideband anywhere. It's really just amateur radio that has that rule. So everything is upper sideband. It's only amateur radio. Don't forget. So ham radio operators on the 40 meter band, 7 megahertz, 80 meter band, 3 megahertz, are lower sideband, but that's a rule for amateur radio only. Everything else is always upper sideband, 99% of the time. Jim Gordon, hi from a dry and cold Dundee, Scotland. Do I imagine it, or are conditions on the broadcast bands poor just now? They're actually pretty good. But since you're in BC, since you're in Scotland, you're in the darkness, so maybe conditions are not as good as here. We still have daytime here before the sun's going to set in an hour from now. So, but I'm hearing, that's what we were doing, I'm hearing 11253 is the Royal Air Force Volmet out of the UK. It's coming in quite well. Kevin, thank you for the tip. Weather's horrible this weekend. We won't be back to the 60s till next Tuesday. Yesterday I was sunbathing. Did you see that RC Canada clip? Yes, I did. Yeah, I got it this morning. I looked at it. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Doug Noble From 7130 to 7300 lower side, when you will find a lot of hams. Yeah, 40-meter band. Jum Hummel Newell, nice says, she dared to dream. Yeah. ZY3WR, speaking of shortwave, I catch VO Chinese 5760. It's mixed with another Chinese language. Yeah, there's been a couple of reactivations of Voice of America, Radio Free Asia, in some different languages. I guess maybe we'll have more, but a lot of people call it kind of the voice of Trump because they've pretty much changed the program. It's not what it used to be. Bill Penna, nice to have you here from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Had a nice reception this morning from Radio Educación in Mexico City, 6185. And Radio de Juno on 31 meters from Sao Paulo. Nice reminder that are cool things on shortwave, definitely. Arthur's Alley Crafter's Kitchen, local Savers Thrift Store has a copy of the March 96 Popular Communications. Right before RCI shut down, everyone was complaining, starting letter writing campaigns 30 years, it is still missed. Yeah, but that was the first shutdown, because Radio Canada International shut down in, what was the year? Radio Canada International. Sorry. Shortwave shutdown date. Radio Canada International officially went online only on June 24th, 2012. So Radio Canada International lived until 2012. What you saw in that magazine, and I was part of it, it was the first time that Radio Canada International was the Liberal government had changed things, and they wanted to shut down RCI. And so I still remember I think she was Heritage Minister or something. It was Sheila Copps that was at the time. We started a huge campaign of writing letters to RCI, to the CBC, and to the government to let them know that we did not want RCI to shut down, and it was important to keep Canada's voice on shortwave. And I still remember receiving that official government letter in my mailbox where the text was saying that, we realize how important it is and all of that. And they changed their mind. That campaign went well because the number of people that wrote in to complain and say, no, don't shut RCI, saved it. So in 96, when that happened, we saved Radio Canada International. Radio Canada International continued until 2012, and that part is dark because Radio Canada International was a separate entity, and it was the Foreign Affairs that took care of the funding. So that worked well until they decided, well, let's give RCI to the CBC. Let's give the money to the CBC and say, you take care of Radio Canada International. And there was a bitter war. The CBC didn't want to take care of RCI. For them, it was like a nuisance, and they were looking at that extra money coming in and saying, we could shut all of that down and just keep the money. So that's what happened. They said, we're shutting it down. We don't want to take care of that. And to make sure that it can't come back, that we can't do that same campaign again of writing in, they really made sure that you know how government things work, guys. Everywhere is the same in every country. When the government decides to do something, it's always like a very slow process. And then someday it happens. But it's funny, with Radio Canada International, they decided, oh, let's make sure that that Sackville transmitter site disappears. And it was extremely fast that they decided they just, you know, took down the antennas and everything. And the reason behind it is a very, very sad reason. It's they knew once the transmitters and the antennas are gone, now Radio Canada International is dead and it'll never come back. So it was that's a bad, really. The CBC was really bad player in that, and it's sad that because of that it shut down. John Hummel Newell says, in my opinion, she would have inspired many young people to reach the stars. Yeah, I know that they when that was happening, they actually were thinking of maybe we could send a kid to space. They had that in their mind, send a kid to space too, which honestly would have been kind of cool. Imagine the first kid in space, like I don't know, a teenager or whatever, or even younger. It's like that would have been kind of. I can just imagine how cool that would have been for him or her. ZY3WR, I see, good to know, and yet I still struggle with the modes, and I don't know what sync upper lower sideband is for. Sync is synchronous detection. That is only for international broadcasts. Synchronous detection is made for international broadcast only. You don't use that to listen to single sideband signals. It is a mode that it replaces the synchronous detection, replaces the carrier that the station has by the carrier that synchronizes in the radio. And it enhances a international broadcast maybe that has a lot of fading, for example. And when a station fades a lot, you can turn on the sync. The synchronous detection will kind of stabilize the signal a little bit. So it's only for international broadcasts. If you're on single sideband, you never use the synchronous detection. Never. It cannot, because it doesn't work, because there's no carrier. It's a single sideband signal. So synchronous detection is only for international broadcasts, and upper lower sideband, like I said, outside of amateur radio bands, 99.9% of everything you're going to hear is upper sideband. The only rule of lower sideband below 10 goes on the amateur band, 7 megahertz, 3 megahertz, and 1.8 megahertz. One small exception to that rule is upper sideband and the 60 meter band, which is the 5 megahertz channels for amateur radio, but that's an exception to the rule for the amateur bands. Mike WX50, John Glenn translated being an astronaut hero to being a U.S. senator. So Krista may have become even more famous. Well, no, it's true. It probably would have opened a lot of doors. I mean, it would have been cool, though. I can just imagine her class watching it explode. I mean, if my teacher back in the day would have been in that shuttle and I suddenly see the shuttle explode. In the documentary on Netflix is good for that. You see the face of kids in school. And being live at a big tragedy like that shuttle explosion, and they died. that's what the documentary talks about at some point, is for many kids it was their first time viewing death in their face as it happens live on TV. It must have been terrible for a lot of the kids watching that day. ZYR3 WR, I somewhat will catch 11253, but super weak, so I can't tell what at all. What you could try where you are, you could try go to 5450. 5450. 5450 is also Royal Air Force Valmet and upper sideband. You can try that. Old radios, Columbia, I remember that one. It was my dad's birthday, which is tomorrow. Yep, February 1st. Walter Viglione, nice to have you here from Argentina. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Kevin, my friend, got married on a Challenger disaster day. His marriage blew up also. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here. Craig Martinetti, no problem. Nice to have you on board. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you here from cloudy Seattle. Article Squadron, Barbara Redding Morgan was Sharon Krista McAuliffe backup. Barbara did go into space on STS-118 shuttle Endeavour. But she trained to become an official astronaut by that time, I believe. Chicopee Radio and tuning in from snowy banks of Chicopee, Massachusetts. Yeah, go Seahawks. Gunner, nice to have you here from Saskatchewan, Canada. Lagerdi, the ice over snow here is so hard they are calling it snowcrete. I like that. You know, what I find funny is here when they have like an episode of freezing rain, and you wonder if, it's strong enough to hold, when you're a kid, the first thing you want to try is, can it hold my weight, But the funny part of it is when I see the cats go out, and I see that, the cats are happy. They don't go in the snow. They're actually walking on the ice on top of it. So they're kind of finding it much more interesting. I still remember Paul the cat one winter going out in the snow and kind of walking on the ice was so thin that he could do like 4 or 5 little steps and it was fine. And then, boop, he would just go through it and then would try to get back on it. It was just so funny to watch. Good. Hey, Nicole, G6BGV. Nice to have you on board from the UK. Much appreciated to have you on board. Radical Squadron. I have every press kit from NASA on the space shuttle mission, except those that were deemed classified. You know what? I don't know how much it's worth it today, but in one of my boxes here, I need to take it out, and it'd be something fun to show you guys. I have a Paris Match magazine with full color photos of the moon landing of 1969. They made a special edition, and my mom gave it to me when I was young because she knew how fascinated I was with space exploration. One of the reasons I went to applied sciences in a college, basically. And when she took it out, we had this old crate. I remember this old crate that we had back then in the house. And that crate was fascinating to me because it had all sorts of old stuff, and it smelled like old stuff. But one day she opened it and she says, "I got something that I think you're gonna find really cool, and you got to take care of it." And she gave me the magazine, and it was a Patty Match from 1969, and it had the full color photos of the moon landing. And it was just, I remember looking at it and being fascinated. I don't know how many times I looked at it and took care of it. I still got it here. I bet anyone that has one of those original from back then like that probably it might be worth a fairly high price. Kamikaze 1976. Nice to have you on board from West Michigan. VT Radio. Nice to have you here, Paul. A1SU from Northern Vermont. Hunters Auto Crafters. There are tons of documentaries on YouTube covering Challenger and Columbia disasters. CNN recently did multi-part on Columbia, and they talked to a Morton Tire Hall engineer who first saw damage to tiles. John Curley says, okay, does anyone know if it is possible to make a VLBFO with a coil and a tuning capacitor? And you mean like an external BFO? Is that kind of the question you have, John? Because there are external BFOs for radios that do not have such a thing, which actually create a signal, a carrier that you can tune over something in single sideband, and it adds the capability to the radios that don't have it. So ZY3WR, cool. Tony, nice to have you here. KC9QVE. John Hummel Noel. Yeah, it is a gentleman agreement. It's not an official. There's no official law. You can go down to 80 meters. Actually, there is a gang that I listen from time to time that are in northeast part of the States that are in 30, I think it's 3610, and they are in upper sideband on 80 meters. So that's something that you can that is something you can check out. It's not an official rule that you have to. It's like the different parts of the bands. When they say, well, that part is our radio teletype, and this is for voice, and this is for digital mode, that digital mode, that also is a gentleman agreement. It's, yeah, you this is where you should do the different modes, like FT8, for example. But it's not a, if somebody would show up on 14074 in upper sideband, he's not breaking a rule. He's breaking the gentleman agreement that we have, and probably a lot of people would not be happy. But there's nothing illegal about it. He could still transmit upper sideband voice or lower sideband voice if you wanted. The only band that is not, the only rules that are to follow is, where you are allowed to transmit on the bands, and like 30-meter band, you would not be allowed. That band is a band where everything that you broadcast there has to be very narrow band. So there you would be, if you would transmit an upper sideband on the 30-meter AM band, that would be illegal because you're not allowed to have such a wide signal. But for the rest, it's gentleman agreement. It's rules to try to make things as as good as possible in a certain order, basically. Different Gear TV. I heard some SSTV on my CB this weekend. Didn't realize it was on 11 meters and managed to download some pictures using an Android app. Yeah, there's a lot of slow scan TV on the CB band. Jim Gordon, where in the UK is the Volmet station? It is in Saint Eval. I don't know. I think it's Eval or Eval in Cornwall, UK. That transmitter is, and it's often referred to in listings as Military One. Paul says next week I'll be on as W1AW/1 during the Vermont QSO party. Oh, cool. Cool. Maybe I should show up and say hello if I know what bands you guys are going to be on. It could be cool. Space Ghost Supreme, from what I understand, the USB rule is antiquated from the early days of radio, but it continues to persist. Radios are a lot better today. Yeah, there's some kind of rule that because of the... I heard that too, that rule existed for a reason of the technical challenge that was in the early days of radio, and that it was better to do it like that so that you could build radios easily, and it is it's a rule that just continued, and that's it. What else do we have? Well, hope things get better, Jasmine. There are things like that. I learned yesterday at the karaoke bar, the DJ is is a very friendly guy, and man, got married a year ago, and I detected that he didn't seem to feel well, as he was not his usual self. So I said, "Hey, bud, you okay?" He looked at me and said, "I'm divorcing." I was like, "What? Didn't you just get married?" I said, "Yep." And it's like, "Okay, how are you?" I told him, "How are you?" And his answer was, "Well, there are pills to help when things aren't going well." And I'm, "Oh God, okay, all right. Sorry to hear that." Wes Kev, isn't upper lower sideband basically the same performance wise? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing. It's just it's reversed. Upper sideband, the signal goes upwards from the frequency. Like a voice upper sideband, you will be talking, say, on 14200 while you're going up from the 14200. And if you're using lower sideband, you're going down from 14200. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just reversed. What is cute about it, if you have a good radio that can handle it, like high-end radios are good for that, you could have an upper sideband signal and a lower sideband signal on the same frequency, and they won't even interfere with each other. You'll have two different programs. And actually, I don't know how many times I had that happen here, where a pirate station was on 6925, and fishermen were on 6925 also, lower. So I would switch from upper to lower sideband, and I would switch from hearing the fishermen and hearing the pirate station. So that is interesting for that, because it kind of gives you the possibility of having two different programs on one frequency. And I believe some carriers of back in the day, and like in the 70s, which were sending out programs, sometimes would use that capability. They would send on the same frequency an upper sideband signal and with their own channel, and the lower sideband would also be there with something different, so that they didn't have to use multiple frequencies. The same frequency was used with two different programs. Joseph, San Francisco Bay, California. Nice to have you on board, tuning with his Texan PL680 and a rooftop MLA 30. Arthur Dolly Crafter's Kitchen misses RCI a lot. Yeah, the real RCI from the good old days. That I miss too. Gunner, not sure we're related, but for medium wave, I've come across a Sony 8R43, and it's surprisingly a step above my Super Radio 2. Don't see much about it, but amazing reception. Huh. Interesting. John Hummel Newell says, my family used to live close to the RCI transmitter site in New Brunswick. And Sackville, New Brunswick. Ray Huxford, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And nice to have you on board. Also enjoy the International Radio Report. Thank you so much. It is much appreciated. By the way, two things are happening. I'm going to be in an article, mentioned in an article by Radio World magazine. They've come to me to talk about the interference, why inside our homes it's so tough to hear stations on shortwave. And I am going to be interviewed through a Zoom meeting by the Reuters, R-E-U-T-E-R-S, news service. A journalist has kind of reached out to me, saying, apparently you're an expert in radio communications on shortwave, and we've got some questions. So I'm supposed to be interviewed this week. He's going to give me a time slot where we're going to actually have a Zoom together. It's kind of cool. Gunner says the sign off of RCI that's available on YouTube breaks my heart. That reminds me of the Amanda Dawn Christie's documentary, Spectres of Shortwave, which is on the demise of RCI, is also very, very touching. And when especially when the documentary gets into the point where we hear the sounds of the antenna towers collapsing because they're destroying all the transmitters. So sad. Well, not the transmitters, but the antennas. I believe the transmitters were sent overseas and sold to other stations. Old radios. There was a Soviet film called Teens of the Universe from 1973 that sends kids to space, but that's a fake movie. West Scav talking about phase locking, for synchronous detection. G Radio, the G Super Radio. Gunner, I love my G Super Radio 2 as well, but I am super impressed with the Sony 8R43. Weird it wasn't more popular. Great performer. Super Radio does have better audio quality though. I know. I think it was the wasn't it the two the G Super Radio 2 where some of them the speaker was wired wrong, and what you do is you open up the radio and reverse the wires on the speaker, and the radio would perform better. I think it was the GE Super Radio 2 that had that. I have the 3 here, which is the crappiest thing. I, I need, I should make videos this week about it, and I need to clean the pots, and the switches are very scratchy. But dang, that Super Radio 3 that I got here, I haven't turned it on in ages because it's just so bad. I mean, it receives, but the dial calibration is horrible, and I'm not impressed. Let's just say that. Always remembers John Glenn going to space in October '98, and it being a huge deal. Jasmine, so far, the youngest person to go into space is Oliver Damon. He reached space on Blue Origin's NS-16 mission July 20th, 2021. 18 years old. So technically he was still a teen. Yeah. Ryan Leisner rare, but I catch AM guys on 160 meters. Yeah, around 1885. Just like 80 meters, 3870 to 3890-ish. You've got these AM guys. I haven't heard a lot of them lately. But it's kind of cool. They do sound really, really good. These guys on AM are great for that, you know. Older is I didn't really know who John Glenn was at the time. I was in third grade. All I knew it was this old guy going to space. Kevin, I was in the barracks in Quantico, Virginia when the Challenger disaster happened. I was I was in USMC, and we had to scramble security for President Reagan's address to the nation. The Wind, NE8RH. Nice to have you here. From Seneca County, New York. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. We were watching live when the Challenger blew up. We were in shock. At school, my class was as silent as when we walked in. But at least the dog walks on top of the snow in the backyard. Space Ghost Supreme. Anyone have tips for contacting the ISS successfully? If you need pretty much a directional antenna. That's the first thing, and then you got to be patient. Make sure that you have the right settings, because there's so much activity. Sometimes it's difficult to really make it to contact. VT radio when I was about 11. I built a model of them. Oh wow, that's cool. Get Michael 1270 Bear Island Radio Norway came in to do last night. It's interesting. We had no problem. Blogger I have a good grocery run. I was talking with Sheldon yesterday and talking of medium wave stations. The different. There's a lot of websites that say that the Greenland medium wave stations are off. And Sheldon contacted the different stations in Greenland that are supposed to be on medium wave to ask them if they were on, which they replied back yes. Risto in Finland said, oh, yeah, we hear Greenland all the time. Yet, as Sheldon was saying, we were trying on different Kiwi SDRs in Iceland and all around, and yet we just could not hear the different Greenland stations. So it's kind of weird. It's like we got contradicting stuff, and some websites, a lot of websites we've gone to say, oh no, they're off the air, yet the stations themselves should know. They say, no, they're on the air. And World Radio TV Handbook lists the stations. So it's so weird. It's like, is it on? Is it not? What else do we have? Space Ghost Supreme. Yeah, Michael, I use an AM radio for sideband. Yeah, there was that trick. Brian Leisner says, I've seen BFO tricks of holding one radio near another and tweaking the oscillator in the second radio. When you have old analog receivers, because today the new ones with the DSP chip and all of that doesn't work. But if you have an old analog radio that receives shortwave, for example, if I would use this, whoa, yow, I just kicked the camera. So let me just, okay, here we go. So if I use this radio, the realistic, and tune the shortwave bands, it creates a carrier and a radio that's next to it, because of the 455 kilohertz oscillator. So with that radio, I would be able to use another radio that does not have single sideband and actually tune a single sideband signal. Jim Gordon and friends cat here in Dundee is periodically chasing around her garden squirrel that is both gray and red. And they both seem to enjoy it. John, I was going to try 455 kilohertz. Space and radio goes hand in hand. Yeah. I tried Crusher's Kitchen. I heard Paul on W1AW a few years ago. Got Michael, got Hong Kong Fishing on 6655 and lower sideband. Chinese. Kevin, there are some angry gentlemen on the ham bands. There is a Marsnet and the amateur extra part of the spectrum that seems to exist just to yell at hams who don't have the extra ticket. Huh. Jim Gordon, I have the St. Eval Cornwall, and it is an old World War II air base that saw a lot of action. Many of its runways are covered in radio aerials. Fascinating. It must be. When I went up, many years ago, I went up to the Saguenay region, and there used to be a service called Radio Allemand. That was a phone patch service with kind of people with bush radios up in the northern parts of Quebec. People would go on fishing trips and some of those like camps there. And because there's no phone available they would use radios that would transmit on lower frequencies, somewhere around 3 megahertz, somewhere around 5 megahertz. And they would call a service called Radio Allemand, which was a Bell Canada phone service. So they would patch in communications and call whatever number they wanted to call to have phone links. And we went up to Alma, and I remember searching where are Radio Alma antennas located, because they were near Alma region and the Saguenay region. And we finally, while going around, somebody had kind of given me a tip of where he'd seen them, and we were going around, and we got this little road. It was like a dirt road, like almost looked like an abandoned road. And we came up to a fence, and the fence, you could see in the distance some antennas. And I was like, oh wow, this is the Radio Alma service, these antennas. And it's so sad because I didn't have a camera back then. And I find it sad that a lot of the younger parts, today is so cool. You want to take a picture, you always have your phone. And I love that, because anything you see, you can just take a picture. But, it wasn't like that back in the day. You had cameras, but, people didn't take many pictures because it cost you a lot of money to, develop the films and stuff. And today, I think about it, and I was like, man, I should have had a camera and took pictures of it. That doesn't exist anymore. The Radio Alma service doesn't exist. And I haven't heard, because there used to be some communications with these bush radios still happening in the 3 and 5 megahertz range on shortwave. It's been years since I've heard one. So I'm starting to think that maybe these aren't working anymore. And I don't know I need to find somebody that has that information. I came across and cannot find anymore that document. I came across a PDF document that comes from the different scientific and the mining companies that go up to Nunavut, Canada, the northern parts of Canada. And they had in that document information on radios they used, antennas, and they even had frequencies that they were monitoring for just in case there's emergencies. And that was kind of interesting. But I can't find that, and I'm trying to find anything on the way that they communicate. Apparently there's a lot of HF use up there, but I can't find the documents. Yeah, if you have an SDR, like the Radical Squadron says, on an SDR, it's easy to see when it's upper or lower sideband, because when you look at the frequency, you could see it's up or down from the frequency where you're tuned to. So Westcav isn't LSB an upper sideband supposed to make it so? Yeah, what you just said makes more bandwidth available. So there is something called dual sideband, or there's another name for it. That's but there are, yeah, definitely. Bill Pennant should have used the sidebands to send stereo. Yeah, they would have been able. If you had the radio that would do it, they would have been able to do that. Absolutely. Do stereo through 2 channels received at the same time on different speakers. Like upper sideband on the right, lower sideband on the left. Know what I mean? Like a stereo shortwave. Kevin Michael, I've not been hearing anything much on VHF. It is very dead lately. I wonder what is happening. So, yeah, I guess it depends a lot on where you live and what you have around you to listen to. Danielson, nice to have you here in Melbourne, Australia. Archer's Autocrafter says some pirates have used simultaneous USB, LSB, the same frequencies in the past. Yeah, I believe there are some, definitely. Jim F., nice to have you here from Rhode Island. West K, I used ACRF to send dual channel FM stereo to 2 radios. That's cool. It is a pain, but kind of cool. You know, that reminds me of the science, the experiment that Amanda Dawn Christie did with multiple radio stations last year. That was kind of cool. The broadcast she made, the art sounds, the broadcast was, 6 different frequencies? And if you wanted to experience all of it, you had to have this 6 different radios tuned to the 6 different frequencies. Each had a different audio part. And all of it together created that, what she called it, the Requiem for Shortwave or something like that. It was kind of interesting as an experiment. The Rorax, nice to have you here. Radio Oz on 5980. John trying to understand the fundamentals of radio still right now. Danielson, neat trick to getting SSB on non-SSB radios to put 2 analog radios next to each other. Yep. Bill Penna, great signal from German Marine Weather on 10-100.8. Let's see if I get it here. Yeah, I can hear it. I wonder if I could decode anything out of it. RTTY. I think I got Droid RTTY here. Droid RTTY. So I've got RTTY. Let's put this a little stronger. These are RYs. Let's see what I could need to change the shift space. Okay, we go here. Let's see if I can decode anything using this app. I don't know how to change the shift on the app. How do I change the shift? Okay, it's made for amateur radio. It doesn't give me the choice here. Yeah. Font size, waterfall speed. Well, we can do it a different way. I'm going to turn on the PC here. And the PC is going to give me the our FLDG to decode the weather to see what we can decode on this this transmission. I believe right now it's sending probably just ID and RYs, which are just like standbys. By the way, guys, if you want to try it, the first transmission of the M12 spy number station out of St. Petersburg, Russia on 6879 CW. 6879 CW. Coming up in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So I put it here so we can check that out and hear it. And let's do this. Wait for the PC to come on. And see if we can decode that weather, that broadcast from Germany on 10100. So here we go. I'm going to go and check out FLDG. And let's go here, op mode, RTTY. And it's RTTY. RTTY. You just check the mode. Where is RTTY? Okay, here. This is... Now this is op mode. RTTY. Custom. That's interesting. So this is a slow but wideband RTTY. Let's try, do I have it here? MMR. Nope. I'm going to go get MMRTTY, which is the what I use usually. And we're going to decode with MMRTTY, which is always the one I preferred to decode. And here we go. Install that. There we go. Launch MR30Y. VE2ZZI. Sound card is okay. Trying to, so the shift here is going to be 125. It's not receiving from the cards. Maybe input line. Levels supposed to be okay. That's interesting. It's not receiving from the correct. So I'm not hearing, just checking out here. Yes, I am very, very, very weak. 6879. I hear it, but it's very, very weak for the number station. Here, I've got to make sure that It's hearing me from a microphone, which is not what I want. Options, setup. All right. Sound cards. All right, this is where it should be. This is where it should be. Here we go. There we go. So this is okay. Options. Setup. The code. Baud rate. 50. I just need to find the correct setting for the so I've got the proper. It's not decoding correctly though, so I don't have the proper settings, which I'm trying to find. I'd like to change the font of this thing too. I should be. I don't know why the settings are receive settings. It's been such a long time I've used this that I don't remember. So the shift is okay because the bars are matched. I think it's the speed that isn't. I don't know which setting to use. So sorry guys. Anyways, this is decodable if you have the right software and the right settings. I just don't have the I just don't have the right settings right now. So sorry. I would have been an interesting experiment, but I don't want to lose too much time just checking that out. So I am hearing very faintly the number station out of Russia here on 6879. What else do we have? There's Autocrafter's Kitchen, Super Radio 2, definitely the bestest series. I'm gonna get a little faster now because I'm 30 minutes behind. So so the frequency for the RTTY is 10-100-ish, and CW is 6879. So let's continue here. Jeff King says Seacrane had an upgrade to the Super Radio 3. They recalibrated it and made the tuning dial accurate. So that's interesting. All right, Craig, take care, my friend. Radical Squadron shared the website to build paper models of the space shuttle. Yeah, it's simply MSTAX. It's simply by sending out different audio frequencies. Basically, what you see in a waterfall when they put text, IDs, pictures that form. It's simply in the software to use to broadcast. You have different audio frequencies, and depending on how you modulate the audio, it creates these patterns that you see on a waterfall. It's all made by sound. Danielson, look up very clever Aussie YouTuber VK3YE. He demonstrates this, also makes homemade BFO. He does lots of great stuff. What else? Kevin Michael, no, those low frequencies like 2310, I don't hear anything here. It's way too noisy, and I've never heard those stations from Australia on those lower frequencies. Kevin Michael says all the bush services in Australia is gone. So, yeah. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Yeah, you got to find the shift. It's probably a wide 50 baud shift, because I believe it is not encrypted. The German station is not encrypted. You just have to find the correct shift and the correct baud speed. Yeah, the moon landing live in '69. That must have been amazing to see. I always joke to everybody, yeah, I saw it. I was 6 months old, something like that. Not even, but March, April, May, June, July. I was 4 months old. So I always joke to everybody, yeah, I remember. I was on the couch. Brian Leesner says the C-Crane 2E together with an AN200 works pretty well on medium wave. I don't have the super radio. I do have the C-Crane here that I need to take out and do stuff with. Let's go down. Take care of Michael. Always nice to have you here. Brian Leesner has 68, 78 upper sideband coming in strong. Good. It should be better today because the K index is low, and I think we should have some decent receive of the number station. The next number station in 10 minutes is 7652. So I'll put it here, 7652 CW, and we'll put it here too. $76.52. Let's see if we hear that here. That's the next try that we're going to do. And I'm just gonna have to check my SDR. The K480 I'm using is picking up on some nasty noise. The day didn't start that way. Huh. London 19657, nice to have you here. What's the frequency cannon? Yep. Hey, Space Ghost Supreme 73s. What else do we have? London 19657, thank you for the tip, much appreciated. By the way, if you like what I do, we have the super chat where you can give a little something, like our friend London 19657. And there's tonight, it's the sushi fund for what I will eat, and of course cat treats for Paul. And you can also send through PayPal at this email. January's monetization on YouTube is horrible, so anything you guys send in is super appreciated, and really is something that helps out. It helps me continue this. I mean, if you're here and you love being here every week, I think it would be nice if you could give a little something. Any amount helps. Don't worry about the amount. It doesn't matter. But it helps out. It helps me continue. And thank you so much for everybody that donated. Let me just check here if anybody on the email. So nobody really on the email for now. Joy. And thank you, Brian Leisner, for the tip through PayPal. Much appreciated. And thank you guys for your support. It is greatly appreciated. Well, you know what? Cats like sushi. Mine doesn't. Paul just like smells them and is like, yeah. I open it. That's the funniest part of Paul the Cat. I open up a nice can of salmon, and he just smells and says, nope. Yet, he has his favorite cat food is a little fancy feast can. It's a green can, and it's salmon delight or something like that. It's like actually, you know what? When I open it, it doesn't smell bad. It actually looks interesting. If I open that can, he goes nuts. He's like, oh God. He smells it immediately. And I'm like, well, it's salmon. Why don't you like a can of salmon that is, I think, better quality than the cat food? But sometimes, I start thinking that, it might not. I don't know. But anyways, he likes tuna, though. If I put a can of tuna, oh God, he loves that. And London 19657 only with anchovies. Yeah. Yeah, Paul likes what he likes. Actually, yeah, definitely. That's the thing. Gambling Man, hey, LB1NH, Harold, nice to have you here from Norway. Much appreciated. Brian Leisner, well, the K480 seems fine. The frequency is the problem. Interesting. John says, I heard that Franklin oscillator was the way to go for a low frequency operation. Brian Leisner says, just one frequency, weird 7652, no noise at all. That's weird. That's weird. Sure, it's not some kind of FM breakthrough, maybe that, because the K480 has that. If you didn't switch out the UHF portion, sometimes there's a breakthrough from the FM stations, FM broadcast band, and it's specific to certain ranges and frequency. So, by the way, got new landlord. Met, like, officially. I have a new landlord. Met the new landlord, and I mean, he's okay with everything I do, and I think it's going to be okay. I mean, he's seen the antennas outside and so on, and it's like, I think it's just fine. It's like he's like, yeah, it's all right, no problem. So I'm continuing with, okay, good landlord that doesn't care, as long as my antennas don't break anything, as long as they don't interfere with anybody that complains about it. Everything's fine with it. And actually, I will have more responsibilities because I, cleaned and I shoveled, and in the summertime, I would often mow the lawn. And he's okay with that. He's actually even told me that because the lawnmower here is a gas lawnmower, and it's an old one, and it's starting to really, really, get old. It has a hard time. If the grass is a little too long, it really, like, it chuffs. It has a hard time going through it. So he actually told me that we'll be getting a rechargeable electric lawnmower this summer, brand new. So it's like, okay, cool, new lawnmower, everything's all right. So I guess everything's fine, and it's cool because you never know. If I would move from here, I mean, where I realize now today that going somewhere is going to be tough to a landlord that would let me put my infant antenna in backyard and stuff like that. So Brian Leisner, okay, Rick Myers, KO40SA, the X info says the German station is 50 baud, 450 shift. So that's what you got to normally, if you are able to put that on the software, it should work. Yeah, that's, my WX50, that is where I'm happy because I'm tired of going with that, little tank and go and get gas for the lawnmower. Plus, it's an old lawnmower. It's like every time I mow the lawn, I smell like gas for 2 days. Even if I take a shower, I don't know, it's like all I smell is exhaust from the lawnmower. Joseph, hopefully the new lawnmower doesn't create too much RF noise. Free to choose. Maybe your landlord should get one of those GPS guided lawnmowers. Good. You guys are going to find me crazy, but I actually like mowing the lawn. It's like, it's not something that I'm like, I got to mow the lawn. No, it's like, oh, I'm going to go mow the lawn. I don't know. It's for some reason I like that. RJ Dakota, I use an E-Go electric lawnmower. It even has forward headlights. It's also self-propelled. Such a pleasure to use. Yeah, that's what he was telling me about. He was looking at models that have some kind of like self-propelled mechanisms, like makes it easier on you to just mow the lawn. Michael, yeah, the lawnmower that I use right now is a 30-year-old lawnmower that costs $99 at Canadian Tires. So you can imagine one thing, is that thing is tired, and it's time to change it because it really freaking. I actually mow the lawn when it's windy. Yeah, I hear 7652. It's not very strong, but it's there. I hear it on both radios, but very, very weak. Mostly because of the noise. Look at the noise I got. That noise is amazingly strong. So, Bill Penna says, I've had a battery lawnmower for a couple of summers. I like to use a Walkman to listen to the radio when I mow. The mower does put out a lot of RFI. Yeah, I would guess. I would guess when you use it. SLBL signals, hearing M12 on 7652, weak but readable. Brian Leisner, 7652 started, excellent. Whiskey says, I have an 83 John Deere with 2012 engine. Brian Leisner loud and clear on the SDR and CW mode. Christopher Cullen, nice to have you here. Have you seen this new crazy SAF 7751 shortwave receiver? You have got to see it, fellas. SAF 7751. SAF 7751. Let's check that out. SAF 7051. SAF radio. High performance portable multi-band NXP high performance AM FM DAB dual tuner grid. Okay. Okay, it uses this NXP chip. That's interesting. And all right. I see it here on Amazon Canada. It tells me that it's not available to purchase in my country. With a 10,000 milliamp hour rechargeable battery. It's kind of looks a little bit like a bigger version of the mini SI 4732 receivers, but that one uses the TEF 6686. That's kind of interesting. Huh. Kind of interesting. So still hearing the Morse code from number station, and it's coming in pretty well. And we've got a pretty good audience today. We've reached 180 at some point. We're 169 watching right now. It's pretty nice, pretty nice. Pretty cool. Have everybody here. And the next frequency for the Morse code will be 8176 in 15 minutes. So that will be the next one to check out. Any pirate activity right now? There is Sergio Mendes Radio on 6935 AM. So let's go check that out. 6935 Sergio Mendes. Don't hear anything here. Sergio Mendes Radio. Kind of interesting. If you like Sergio Mendes, you'll have your radio. Les Bover with a hover, but I would fly mode to the bar. All right. I've never seen those lawnmowers. Actually, I'm not big. I don't watch a lot of lawnmower stuff. Robert Boston, nice to have you here. And what else do we have? So it's kind of interesting, Christopher, that radio you've mentioned. Hey, Blogger Die is back. What make radio was that SAF 7751? Actually, I have it here on Amazon as a Algo. It's the Algonetto JNP 7751 portable multi-man radio. It seems to come out as different brands depending on where you go. You know, it's one of those weird Chinese things that just it's the same, but it's branded with all sorts of names on it. It's interesting because it's got two antenna inputs. It's got what looks like a BNC and an SMA connector out for the antenna. And let me just check the specs here for that thing. It AM, FM, shortwave bands. Built-in speaker, 10,000 milliamp hour lithium battery with a listening time of 20 hours. Comes with a car-mounted FM antenna, support Type-C charging interface. Crazy, all these little radios that come out. I find it so interesting to see that. All right, Paul, have a good dinner. London 19657. Supposedly we are having historically cold weather in northeast Pennsylvania. How's your weather? Oh, we're having. I can tell you, yeah. Okay, here's the link. Just gonna go here. Here's the link. This is from Canada's Amazon, though. But this is the Walmart as the JNP 7751. Well, this is what it is. Well, Walmart has it. Okay. So London 19657. I can tell you that it's the coldest winter I have seen in a long time here in Montreal. We're constantly near the 0 Fahrenheit mark. Here, when the temperature drops below about minus 22, 23 Celsius, I have to leave the water tap open so that the pipes don't freeze. And I don't remember, it's been years since I had to do that here. And this year, I've done that at least 7 or 8 times. I actually had to tell the tenants in the building, leave your water tap on because the pipe's going to freeze. And it's been a long time since I had to do that. So, and winter started very early. We had snow on early November, and you know what? This is also the surprising part of it. We had snow that early November, usually it melts. Usually we have a moment where we're back on the grass. This year, that early snow in November, we always had snow. It never melted enough to see the grass. That is also very special because it's like I don't remember the last time that happened. It's been a long time, but it's definitely cold. Christopher Cullen, Friend in the Shed, covers a great review of this new receiver. Okay. Mike WS50, I thought it was supposed to be warmer here in the south. It was 7 Fahrenheit here this morning. Christopher says, I think he had one of the first prototypes. So, Yeah, I remember. I saw a few videos from that guy, Fred in the Shed. Yeah, no, because it's based on a TEF6686. That chip isn't capable of single sideband. That's why it doesn't have it. That automotive chip. So to put single sideband, what they usually do is they put dual chips. They put the TEF6686 and they put the silicon integrated 4732 also, because that makes the single sideband capable. So when those radios are made like that, what happens is that you actually switch from one chip to the other depending on if you're using the AM mode or the single sideband mode. Two Broke Tim, nice to have you here, and thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Tosalov says there's another radio with that model number that has two different types of analog meters in the front. Strange. Huh. So, it's these radios. I'm fascinated by these radios. They're things like that I love. Like, this one that I haven't used enough. That I love, the Deep Elec, DP6686. I find it so much fun to use. And there's so much stuff, and I haven't talked about it enough on my channel because it's coming up. I'm going to be doing a review on this, the WT2, a review on the Lee Gianni RD 239. All of those radios are fascinating. I just love it. Totally fascinating. John says you would laugh if I told you what radio I have. Make me laugh. Oh, man. So we're going to have that number station coming up in 7 minutes, 8176. If you want to listen to some DX news, I believe our friend Glenn Hauser.
880 and 15.
Yes, indeed, he is.
This is on January 29th.
15770.
I was not listening. January 25th. Terry Kruger in Florida said.
So I will go and do my caregiving duties. I have to go. I'll leave you with Glenn Hauser, and I should be back before the start of the M12 on 8176. Put it here, 8176. And see you in a few minutes, guys, as I go and do my caregiving duties.
90th anniversary QSL card. And this week we announced that Radio Prague in the Czech Republic is also marking its 90th anniversary with special QSLs, according to their website via Mike Terry. RPI is celebrating 90 years. To mark the anniversary, a new series of QSL cards among the most distinctive visual artifacts linked to the tradition of shortwave radio. Radio Prague has preserved the decades-long tradition of issuing QSL cards. Each year, a new series is created and sent out to listeners around the world. For the past 4 years, the visual design of the QSLs has been created by graphic designer Kristina Markova, who brings together tradition and contemporary visual language. She admits that before being a coach, she knew nothing about this tradition. This year's anniversary series looks further back, drawing directly on the history of QSL cards themselves. 9 postcards, each representing 1 decade of RPI's foreign broadcasting. She picked out key elements from the past color schemes. Blue refers to Czech radio, orange red evokes the national colors, and gold recalls the ceremonial nature of the anniversary. Of course, to hear Radio Prague now, you need to listen on shortwave via WRMI, such as 01UT on 5050, 9455, or 7780. The big blackout in Nashville opened several frequencies for medium wave DX. Terry Kruger in Florida was hearing on 1510 instead of WLAC, Radio Monumental in Quito, Ecuador. January 27th at 0713 with Monumental IDs. A long ad string voiced by the same guy with a slight reverb. And finally a nice pasillo and cumbia vocal. Thanks to tips from David Crawford, and then a few minutes later, from Mexico, XEPBGR, Super Stereo Milet in Guadalajara at 0722 with romantic vocals. But WLC was back on by 0832. Tony Pavick got some bad news from Germany's Channel 292 on January 29th. That morning, their transmitter for 3955 failed, and the frequency will not be on the air for some time. Programs booked on 3955 will have to wait until the transmitter is back, or arranged to be transmitted on one of their other frequencies, 6070R and 9670. Good news anyway, we put a new inverted V antenna on 6070 into operation, should deliver better results than the previous stretched dipole. Fortunately, that does not affect the Texas Radio Shortwave broadcast plan for February via Germany. On Saturday the 7th at 15 UT on 6160 and at 1900 on 3975 via the other station, Shortwave Radio Gold. Then on Sunday, February 8th at 1300 on 9670 to Europe, and at 2300 on 9670 for North America from Channel 292. Programming is Texas Music Mix number 1. Long-time BBC listeners will recognize the name of Mark Tully. Mike Cooper forwards a report from United News of India that Tully died in a private hospital in New Delhi on January 25th at the age of 90. Over the last 6 decades, Tully became one of the most trusted and recognizable chroniclers of India for generations of radio listeners. Served as chief of the BBC Bureau for 22 years and became a household name for his objective, in-depth, and authentic reporting. Mark Tully was born on October 24th, 1935 in Harlem, Calcutta, to British parents. Spent his earliest years in India before being sent to England for his education. But India never receded into the background of his imagination. In 1964, he returned as the BBC's India correspondent, beginning an association with a country that would shape the rest of his professional and personal life. To many Indians, he was not simply a foreign correspondent, but a powerful, friendly voice that sympathetically understood the country's contradictions without condescension. Ron Howard in California updates us on Indonesian short and medium wave. Here are RRI Nabiri, Program 1 on 7289.992, as measured by Wolfgang Büchel, January 26th at 0825 to 0932, monitoring at the beach near Monterey. Easy listening songs and Islamic sounding songs. Switched over from 0933 to 927 for the Maghrib sunset call to prayer, but blocked by China after 0930. And then he was listening to the Voice of Indonesia English relay via WRMI 7780, January 26th from 0933 until 1000. Listening via remote in Bandung, he reports on the frequency changes there. RRI Bandung program 4 was back on 540 kilohertz after a while on 999. It had been absent from both January 28th at 1235. They were back on 540 with a program of easy listening Indonesian songs and frequent IDs. He says audio very much like heard on 7205, as it had frequent brief hiccups. Unlike the smooth audio of the stream of RRI program 4. And as for 7205, RRI program 3, January 28th after 1219, the remote in Bandung. Says audio much improved and sharper, but now frequent brief hiccups. Here's in Bahasa Indonesia. Ended the news of a very short portion of the patriotic song for You Our Country at 1226. Iran, here's another broadcast into Iran. Radio for Peace International, that's a station in Europe, which is not related to the old RFI in Costa Rica. Reinhard says on 15640, heard via remote in Saudi Arabia, January 25th, from 0503 until 0515, when it went off. Tips by Mauro Ritola on WRTH-FB. What is the transmitter site? Looking at the website, I see that one of their transmission partners on that specific information is Coastline in Bulgaria. And yes, of course, it is in Farsi or Praga. The Alan Holder, all right, looked at its schedule for Radio Foga into Iran as of January 23rd. From Tashkent, 7500 at 14:30 until 21 UT. From Iran, 13755 at 14:30 until 17. From Wimbledon, UK, 12005, 17 to 19. And 9505 at 19 to 20. And then 5875 from 20 to 21. Also medium wave via Armenia, 1395 from 15 until 17 UT. Then on the 24th, we confirmed that all the Wimbledon transmissions are on the air, but jamming only observed from 13755 and 7500 so far. Joe Hannon in New Jersey said he had a good signal from Radio Fordoff on 12005 until closing at 1900. However, trying various remotes near Iran, Alan Holder could not hear them on 1395 medium wave, but Mauro originally explains that the remotes in Baghdad and Kuwait and Qatar have problems. He is hearing it via his remote in Finland. Rod Howard reports on the clandestine National Unity Radio on 7235. That's National Unification Broadcasting, the Unification Media Group, from Taiwan to North Korea. Monday, January 26th at 11:42, heard at the beach in California.
And I am back. And so, Blackguard Eyes got have a deep SDR V6 on order. Should arrive around February 26th. Cool. Banjigi KK9, the KK9 radio, yeah. It's I got one of those. I got actually two of those because they look so different at first that I thought they were different radios. But then when I started using them, it's like, oh, it's the same one. So, RJ Dakota, it's Radio Marti in Spanish from North Carolina on 13570 RJ Dakota. Yeah, there's different brands, but they all have the 7751 number on it. Apparently, they're $10. Prentice J165 pocket radio, real tuning indicator, real FM stereo, and I find myself actually using it. Good cheapie. David Bennett, nice to have you here. Getting a faint signal on 15770 in North California. West Cav, yeah, it's not Cuba, it's Radio Marti in Spanish to Cuba on 13570. It's a broadcast from the Greenville transmitter site in North Carolina. John Curley, I wonder if you could hear people talking on a cheap shortwave receiver if you had a standalone BFO. That would be more difficult, and a very cheap one would be very, very difficult. Westcav 15770, strong here in Southwest Michigan. Bob Rouse 15770, in and out in North Carolina. Toast and Love 15770, pretty good here. Older radios, I get sleepy during the afternoon, like 1 to 5 p.m. London 19657, adult beverages rock. GMAC, nice to have you here. The Barry 1M, nice to have you here. Barry in Rhode Island. Idaho Head 15770, nice and clear. My new Codicen DX286. Using the web antenna, reception much improved when I touch the antenna to the stovepipe on my wood stove. Yeah, it creates it adds more to the antenna. So you got a Codicen, cool, that is nice. The rest should be coming this week. The post office told me that it would be like 3 or 4 days once I drop it. So I will be dropping it tomorrow or Monday at the latest. I filled out all the paper forms. It should be okay. Yeah, it's a brand new frequency, RJ Dakota, for Radio Marti. They've added that, and they added one in the 19 meter band. And these are really brand new Radio Marti frequencies. They never used them before. Because definitely 13570 usually has nothing on it. So these are really the brand new frequencies they've been using. Apparently, they're grocery patrol. Daniel, hey, love your channel and advice. Learned a lot about shortwave, and as a complete newbie, I'm watching from London. I was wondering if it's possible to pick up Radio Havana here. I have a Texan H51X. It would technically be possible, yes, but Radio Havana Cuba has a lot of problems right now broadcasting. They are not always on the air. Sometimes they're on the air, but the carrier, it's just a carrier, no audio. Sometimes they are good. You got to be lucky right now to hear a good signal out of Radio Havana Cuba. But when it's on and it actually has a good signal, you should technically easily get Radio Havana Cuba. We'll see what happens as we go on, if they can make things better. Bill Penna, 6935, Upper Sideman Parent, playing American Civil War music. 6935. I am hearing 6935. I am hearing 6935. So nice to have you here, Daniel. John says, I guess it would be difficult because a cheap radio could not easily pull in. It's not just the receiving the station. It's also that very cheap radios, like the KK9, for example, lack the very precise tuning that you would require in listening, say, to a single sideband signal. So it would be kind of very difficult to tune exactly on the frequency you need. No problem, Idaho Head. Toast and Loaf, I found a really stable 455 kilohertz BFO oscillator circuit. I used it in a $5 shortwave radio to add CW and SSB. It wouldn't fit in the case though. All right. So yeah, it is possible. Lagardie 6935 upper, pretty good. London 19657 says just made rum and coke. 0. Cheers. So cheers with the beer. And whatever you have. You don't have to drink alcohol. It's not absolutely required. So, GMAC various Pirates 6935 United States America English. Yeah, 69. That range is tons of. They're like, from 6850 to 7000 is full of. It's full of pirate radio stations, depending on what you listen to. So right now, anybody? So it's hard. The pirate station is called Hardtack Radio. Hardtack Radio. It's close to heart attack. Hardtack Radio, 6935 upper sideband, has been reported on HF Underground. And let's check out, just out of curiosity, let's check out the 25 meter band. Well, let's start with 19. Anything else from, let me just span. All right, okay. Anything else on 19 meter band? Yeah, something strong on... Oh, that's WWV. WWV on 15,000 kilohertz. Pretty good. Just gonna listen if I hear Hawaii or not. Yeah, no, hearing Colorado, but not. So let's go to 11,500 and tune 25 meter bands. See what's out there. I'm gonna go down -5, and let's see what we can get on this band. Something rather weak on 11,675. Let's check out what that could be. That's Radio Japan, NHK Radio Japan in Japanese. It's not very strong, but it's there. 11,675. $11,740. It probably is China CNR2, China Business Radio. China Business Radio. So 11,740. Not very strong, but it's there. It's interesting. I hear something on 11,750. Oh wow, that's okay. 11,757.8. It obviously is off frequency. That is Radio Voz Missionaria from Brazil. It's off frequency. 11,757, 11,758. Radio Nacional Amazonas coming in very loud on 11,780 with beautiful Brazilian music. $11,810, which I believe is KBS World Radio at this time. Yep, KBS World Radio in English, but it's very weak. From South Korea. Radio Marti on 11,860. Radio Marti again on 11,930. Spain on 12,030. So that's what we have on the 25 meter band at this time. We'll do maybe a 31 meter band also. John, does that mean that cheap radio does not have a sharp IF filter? Yeah, in general, they're out there. The circuit has very little precision in it. Don't forget that if you want to help out, there's the super chat where you can give a little something to help you out. January monetization has been really bad, and of course What helps to compensate? Your donations, which are very, very welcome. You can do it through the super chat, and there's also the sushi fund and cat treats through PayPal, which you can also use. Much appreciated, guys. Okay, if you like what I do, if you like the fact that every Saturday you can, get here, have this live show going on, tune the bands, have fun with radio. I mean, there's nothing like it around. There might be others that do live stuff, but nothing is as fun as this live show, which is very different and is hosted by a very knowledgeable guy that knows what he's talking about 95% of the time. So thanks everybody for the donations. Much appreciated. Once again, the amount, who cares? Doesn't matter. And of course, you are going to be added to my list for the next donation, the next drawing, which will be 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships, which will be drawn somewhere in maybe April, May, or whenever I think we're ready for it. I'm always waiting for a certain amount of people to have given donations for that. Thank you guys for the donations. You have no idea through 2025 how you guys have helped me tremendously with your donations. It really went through and it really helped me continue. So thanks for being there. Sheila is from a chilly Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you here. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here. Long live WWV. Definitely. Brian Leesner, I've been inspired to play with the Sparkleg DP666 later. I have to dig up an adapter. I have the vertical build. Sean has the horizontal build. It's hard to say, but I wouldn't be surprised that they might be, all coming from some. I can't imagine 15 different manufacturers doing the same thing. I would think that whatever the name and the form factor, they might be coming from the same, the same place in China. It's like the same manufacturer or something. It's very hard to tell because it's like we don't know much about the manufacturing of all of these things in China, Tosano's getting 10, a little better than 15 tonight. GMAC and HK Radio Japan. Turning Japanese. What's the band? The Vapors? Was it the Vapors? The Vapors. Like that, the horizontal one is the Deep Elec and the vertical one is the Spark Elec. Brian Leesner, 11500, running a band scan. 11758, I hear. 11855. 12120 is like a radio teletype signal, Bob Rouse. Yeah, it should be 13570 old radios. 13575. Let's check out the 22 meter band. Let's go and check it out. So, of course, I started 13500. So, what do we have? The beeps of RFID and medical equipment on 13560. $13,650. Modulation is very low. I suspect that comes from Cuba. Yeah. China Radio International in Portuguese coming from Cuban transmitter. That's why the audio is very low. I wish China would give Cuba transmitters. Just give them some damn transmitters so that they have, a good signal. And of course, there's the 20 meter band. 20 meter band. FT8 on 15074. There's quite a few signals here on single sideband.
So you don't see the screws that's holding it on either. So I did that sometime in the late 90s, I think. Changed that out on this one, and it looks exactly like.
Well, it's not very strong, but there's some slow scan TV on 14230. What we'll do is a scan of the 31 meter band. Actually, we'll go from 9,000 all the way up to 8992. HF Global Command, the U.S. Air Force, with a emergency action message. Mission exposed. Thank you, Daniel, for the donation. Much appreciated. Well, around 14050 old radios, it should be Morse code. It's the Morse code part of the 20 meter amateur radio band. So it probably is Morse code. GMAC, yeah, the Amazon has the DP666, the radio, $138.90 US dollars. Do you like that one you have? I do love it. It is very, very nice to play with. The display is beautiful. You have to shop around, because I got mine for about 120 Canadian dollars, which means it would be like 90 US dollars. But it was like a one-time thing. Hey, Brian Penny, love the shirt. Yeah, you've seen it all. It's with the cat. The cat that is taking a selfie with the the flying saucer. It's a geek, like it's a t-shirt that, like, there was an ad for t-shirts on Facebook, and I saw this shirt and I said, oh God, I gotta get this one. It's faded a little bit over time, but it still looks okay. So nice to have you here, Brian. Brian Leisner says today the passive WV601 is working great, and the K480 not so great. One thing for sure is that a passive antenna doesn't induce noise, so sometimes that could be the case of a better choice, depending on what you're trying to listen to on the bands. So, anybody on the email just checking out? Pretty long message there. Thank you, Richard Myers, for the donation through PayPal. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. It is what helps this channel continue and having the live shows every Saturday. I've had a I don't know, some kind of an awakening. If you guys remember, I took a break from live shows a year, like a year and a half ago, and I was kind of worn out for some reason. And a lot of people would actually come back to me and say, well, I missed the live shows. It's fun when you're there, and for some reason, that break that I took from the live shows made me realize how, actually it is, I don't know, I got back into the joy of making the live shows, being here and having fun with you guys. As a caregiver, and I had quite a few people die in the last few years, friends, close friends. All of that together made it for a tough time, and but you know what? Now I'm having fun, and I did have a period where when I had to do a live show, it was like I don't feel like it, but I'll do it anyway because I have to do it. And now I don't have that feel. Now every Saturday is like, cool, there's a live show today, and I'm happy to be here. And it's always fun to be with you guys too. Microwave Mick, nice to have you here. Lagardai, the Deep Elect website talks about clones and possible legal action. Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting. Well, it's like the RTL SDR. The clones that are out there that don't do shortwave. If you get one of the clones instead of the real deal, you're getting screwed by some, shady seller somewhere. Yeah, turning Japanese by the vapors. That reminds me of, we were listening, when we do a party at my brother's, we're the guys that listen to rock music and stuff like that, but often my sister-in-law is there, and, my brother's wife is there, and she's a disco era girl. So she gets bored, and every time I go there, my brother always tells me, thanks for being here. For one reason also, it's that you always choose some disco songs or some old songs because you know that my wife will enjoy the fact that we're not just playing Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and stuff like that. So, every time it's like, so that the Turning Japanese reminds me of a song I played in Christmas because she was like getting really bored of our music. And I played, what's the name? I don't remember the name of the artist, but she was, she had a song called Japanese Boy. And he's my Japanese boy, something like that. And Anita, I think it's, what was the name of, I don't remember the artist. But anyways, she was like, oh, finally a song I like. Brian Leeser, I really do like the DP666, works well, Deep or Spark. Tosanov, I take that back about then using a VFO. I have a circuit that can pull a crystal pretty far off frequency. John, nice to have you here. WPE4KNC from Colonial Heights, Virginia. Much appreciated. What else do we have? So here we go. GMAC 13650 is music. Brian Leisner 13650 plus 20 on the SDR. Microwave mic. Yeah, China got enough money between. Yeah. John says light snow, but lots of ice from previous storm and freezing weather. So nice to have you on board. 8992 strong ZY3WR. The reason it's strong everywhere is that it is, I don't know if you guys noticed when I put the volume up, there was some echo. There are simultaneous broadcasts on 8992 from different bases around the world. And so that's why there was an echo. It's because I was hearing some of the other bases at the same time. GMAC 23 UT 6 p.m. Eastern. Yep. Toasted Love, I wonder if the echo you hear on those EM thing is the signal bouncing off. No, in this case, 8992, it's because there are, I think, 8 different U.S. bases where the transmitter, the transmission is going on the same frequency to make sure that it is really the global command, that it works everywhere. And so that's why you hear echo, is because I was hearing probably, like Andrews Air Force Base plus a few others at the same time. Pirates still going on, 6935 upper sideband. Joseph 8992 is becoming in real strong to the central California coast. Yeah, definitely. When I do, I do post some audio from transmissions. It's a good way to know the latency, absolutely, and the buffer. And Leisner says today for sure the passive seems to be a lot of static in the air, picking up. Cosmic Light, it's harder to appreciate the highs when you don't have any lows. Dustin Love, I've heard something similar but with a much stronger echo on medium wave, so it could have been an actual echo, I guess. Mike B, I'm glad you're doing your live shows. I'm happy to be here also. And I know a lot of people are. Brian Leisner, look forward to every Saturday. So, I know. Thank you, Idaho Head, for the donation. Much appreciated. I really, really am crossing my fingers. When you see what's in that box, you're going to be so happy. I'll link, by the way, because the box doesn't have the manuals. I'll link to the manuals, PDF manuals online for each radio. Or Akita? I'm trying to remember. What was her name? No, Amy Stewart is, she's the one that was behind, Amy Stewart was the one behind that disco song. I don't remember the title. GMAC -9 Celsius. And Anika. Yeah, that's the Anika. There's something. It was like, in my head I had Anita, but it was like, no, it's not Anita. It's kind of Anita, but it's not Anita. It's Annika. Yeah, Scottish singer, real name Mary Sanderman. Wow, or Sandman. Japanese boy. Silver. Silver, hi Matt, new subscriber here. This is really nice and relaxing. Thankful to have this station recommended. Thank you so much for being here. Romania on 6030. Turkey on 5960. Both strong. Let's check it out here. We have definitely good signal from Turkey, 5960. An actual decent signal from China on 5990 via Cuba. It seems like the audio is pretty good. So this is probably their CRI to North America on 5990 via Cuba. Something on 5995 that I suspect could be Mali, not Mali, yeah, Mali, Radio TV Malien, I think. Romania, which is the service for Western Europe, pretty good. 6030.
Story from Intercom 15 presented in 2021 at La Salon de la Critique.
So quite a few signals that are interesting for North America on the East Coast at least. On the West Coast, those frequencies might still not be very, very good. So pretty nice. Mike WX50 was listening to Knock on Wood. Yeah, Knock on Wood, Amy Stewart. That was the song. Knock on Wood. Which I always thought, of all the disco songs, I always thought that Knock on Wood was one of the best. So Mike WS50 says we're listening to American Top 40 on Sirius XM this morning from the late 70s. Plenty of disco, but so many great rock tunes too. Yep. Dustin, I was going to say, once I heard long echoes on medium wave stations, and there's also something that does happen with shortwave international broadcasts. Sometimes, if you listen to an international broadcast on a frequency, you might hear an echo, and that is, it happens in very specific conditions. It's when the signal that's transmitted to you also goes all the way around the earth, and so you get the signal plus you get the skip from all around the world at the same time, and that creates a slight delay in audio. So when you hear a station on shortwave that has an echo, it's because you're getting the long pad that goes all around the earth and the short pad from the station at the same time. And so it makes enough of a distance that actually you get a small echo in the audio. Old radios faintly hears 6030. Let's know if I hear some 60 hertz hum audio on 5990. John, who would be on 530? Where are you located, John? Because 530 kilohertz, there's a lot of things there. One of them is here in North America, a lot of people hear 530, which is an ethnic station up here in Canada. And so they always kind of like, what's in the foreign language here on 530 kilohertz. And I think it's like in Toronto or somewhere in Ontario. 530 kilohertz ethnic station. So, ethnic, yeah, based in Brampton, Ontario, serving the greater Toronto area. And that a lot of people hear that and they're like, oh, what am I hearing? So it's CHLO in Brampton, Ontario. Cosmic Lettuce, how's the echo explained when you get a transmission from multiple station, like what you're getting on 8992? Well, it's explained because even though the radio signals go at roughly the speed of light, if you have sufficient distance and good propagation between the different stations transmitting, you get that echo because you have, for example, you might be hearing one base in the United States, which I was hearing here, and you might have, I don't know, there's one of the transmissions is from Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. Both will be transmitting 8992 at the same time with the same message. And so there's enough distance from Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean and from the U.S. Andrews base that it's just enough, even at the speed of light, to create that little time, difference. So that's where you get that echo. You get that echo because you're hearing 2, maybe 3 different transmitters that are at sufficient distance to have that little delay done. Take care, Blogger Die. Also know there's several stations on 530, including a Cuban late at night. Yep, depends what you're where you are. Oh yeah, do the math, Cosmic Lettuce. Take the distance from Diego Garcia to Montreal. Take the distance from Andrews in Florida to Montreal, and you will see that it's enough milliseconds to be noticeable in an echo. Same thing with when on shortwave we get a station from all around the world. Remember, it's 40,000. I think it's something like 40,000 kilometers when you do a round trip, complete round trip. And the direct signal that is almost instant. It's not a big difference in the fact that it's the speed of light, but it's enough to create that echo. And the example of that is why internet never used satellites for the most part. Most of what's happening on the internet is done through undersea cables for the reason that the geostationary satellites are far enough that it creates a lot more latency. Even though all of that propagates at the speed of light, you still see that it makes a difference. I mean, it's not big. The difference is very, very small because the speed of light is fast, but it is it is noticeable in our ears. Joseph, isn't the echo possibly caused by the distribution when the transmitters receive the signal themselves? For example, latency in the internal network of the Navy. That also could be the case. Definitely. There could be, in the case of what we just listened, 8992, there could absolutely be a latency done by the fact that that same transmission, if sent through, for example, the internet, would have a small latency with another station, and that is absolutely, absolutely possible. But the case where it is really because of the distance, even though we have speed of light, is in international broadcasts. So you're listening to, say, China Radio International coming off of Cuba, and for some reason the propagation is great. So that signal is also going all around the earth and coming back to your radio antenna. That distance is enough to create a noticeable echo. And even though the speed of light is very fast, it creates that little, the milliseconds of difference is noticeable to our ears as an echo. But in the case of 8992, it is also possible because of their distribution of, say that you're hearing Andrews Air Force Base and Diego Garcia. It could be that the link they have could be just have enough latency to make it worse. But it is, in the case of an international broadcast, well, it ain't the case. It's really direct versus all around the earth together at the same antenna. We hear that little echo. It's kind of cool when you think about it, because you can notice the effects of, even if it's speed of light, the effect that the distance has on the radio signal. I guess my example of the 8992 might not have been the best one, because like Joseph says, that the latency between the different transmitting stations could be the cause of the echo, absolutely. But I think the best example to use for this is what I just said. I remember listening to a BBC World Service, and the transmission from the UK Wolverton side to North America, plus the all around the earth part of it, made enough of a difference to be noticeable in our ears. In the case of the military signal we heard, Cosmic Lettuce, that is a possibility. Definitely. But in the case of hearing one signal, there's no other transmitting station on one specific frequency. Now it's the distance. You hear it direct, you hear all around. And yes, it's live, Craig Martinetti. That creates enough of a time lapse that you hear it. But in the case of the signal on 8992, definitely there could be a latency that the stations are not synced exactly. Absolutely, absolutely. So, but it is noticeable. I never thought, because I mean, we know that the speed of light is fast, and that radio signals kind of go to the speed of light. Not exactly. There are all sorts of things that could slow down the electromagnetic waves, but it's interesting to see that. This is where you see the distance. When you start thinking about like space exploration, and you get the Voyager spacecraft that takes hours, many hours to have a signal come back. So whatever, I don't remember how many hours it is, but when the Voyager spacecraft sends something to us, it's hours. But run the numbers, Cosmic Lettuce. It is the case. It is the case, and it's fine that you're a skeptic. It's fine, but a around the Earth delay is big enough to be noticeable. Let me try something here. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. How long it takes for a radio signal to go around the Earth. 0.13 seconds. So for 40,075 kilometers, 0.13 seconds. Could we hear an echo from a signal direct and that also comes from around the world on radio? Yeah. Short path, long path. If both signals arrive, so long path, if both signals arrive strong enough and in separate times, you will hear an echo. The delay is right in the range where the human ear can perceive a distinct echo at 0.13 seconds. So this is what ChatGPT is telling me, Cosmic Lettuce. So indeed, Sheila Lessard, thank you for the donation, by the way, on PayPal. Indeed, it does say that our ears are capable 130 milliseconds. They would hear that echo. So that comes from ChatGPT. A signal to the moon, and Jeff, I believe, takes one. What's the distance? Let me ask ChatGPT again. I think it's 1.3 seconds long for a radio signal to reach moon. So it takes 1.3 seconds. So if you do a Earth-Moon-Earth contact, you have to calculate both the reaching the moon and coming back. It's 2.6 seconds. So when you do a Earth-Moon-Earth transmission, it takes 2.6 seconds for the moon bounce, going and coming back. Hey, Video Radio, did you miss me? We always miss you. Always, Paul. Yeah, there is a slight one. Mike WX50. When the signals are strong enough in the time pulse, that time pulse, when WWV and WWVH are together, my ears hear a slight effect of the time pulses. Because the time pulse and the beeps are the only reference where you can notice, since the voice, male, female, are not at the same time. But that I've noticed, and you got to also understand one thing: distortion and propagation. This is another thing that a lot of people don't necessarily notice or know, but it's not just, electromagnetic waves going at the speed of light, like the light itself. It's all different. It depends the matter and the things that are happening around the way. Example, the light going through the atmosphere, then the light going through water, different speed. Electromagnetic waves also have that type of behavior, and we know that on shortwave propagation, the speed of a radio wave, depending on the distortion of the ionosphere, can be altered. That there could be an induced delay, not because of the distance, but because of the handling of that bounce throughout the ionosphere. So that also can add a noticeable echo and something. Mike B, do you think there's any iteration to Rush album test for echo? I don't know. Radical Squadron says, I did an Earth Moon Earth contact in 96 during my stint at a college I went to. Wow, cool. Cool. He's not here tonight, but our friend from Spain, David, in Barcelona, as a setup and does I think it's JT65 contacts with a very simple setup through Earth Moon Earth and the UHF range. He's made contacts with stations like in Germany and so on. So it's kind of interesting. Thank you, Robert Cross, for the donation. Much appreciated. So, well, you gotta, John, you gotta remember, it's the circumference of the Earth. It's not the Earth's size that you gotta calculate when you calculate the distance. Going around the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. It is all the distance from all of it. It's not the size of the Earth, which is, I think it's 12,800 kilometers or something like that. That's just the size of the Earth itself. It's not the circumference of it. Oh yeah, you can send a radio signal and bounce it off. I mean, Venus is an example of how we use radar. Radar, what's radar? Yeah, I think one of the good examples that I just got here is, if you think about it, you're saying, well, I'm wondering if is you hear an echo? We can hear an echo. Well, what is radar? You know, when the cops have that radar, what happens? The computer is capable of calculating the difference in either a sound wave or a radio signal bouncing off of your car. And in the case of radars today, it's radio signals. So if a computer can give the speed of your car at such a short distance with a radio signal, it tells you that even at that short distance, the delay is enough that a computer can actually say, oh, you know, and probably the speed probably comes with a Doppler shift. And even though it's extremely small, it must be very, 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 very small. So, you know. Yeah, I'm Canadian, so I'm in metric with my kilometers, but the Earth circumference is 40,075 kilometers. In miles, 24,901 mile. So that's the difference. Yep, radio telescopes are used to image asteroids. We can see a general form of what they are. Good jazz on 6030. Now they're talking. Radio Romania coming in really well. Robert Cross, can you pick up any long-wave radio stations? I've never, ever in my 40 plus years of radio listening heard any transatlantic long-wave stations. Ever. I've heard mostly non-directional beacons. And now, honestly, it's almost impossible to hear. You know, I have to be in a very quiet location, even to hear one non-directional beacon, because of the lack of you know, basically the lack of non-directional beacons that are close. It's a long wave is becoming extremely quiet here, honestly. Why isn't 300 million divided by 40 million? Because it's not 40 million. So the speed of light, okay, is 300,000. So speed of light is 300,000, well, 300 million meters per second, which puts it at 300,000 kilometers per second. So you would just, you got to put the scale in the same place. The Earth in meters, the circumference is 40,000 kilometers. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers. So you have to do 300,000 divided by 40,000. And I just need to find my slash for the divide. And it equals 75, which is, so we're divided, I don't know. I think I'm starting to get too drunk to do this time of math or whatever. Anyways, the your 300 million is meters, and we're in kilometers. My WS50, wanted to catch a transatlantic medium wave station, but never had any luck. And medium wave I did in the 80s. There used to be that Norwegian on 1341 kilohertz, I think it was. That one I could hear and distinctly hear Norwegian. DJK, nice to have you here with Radio 4 on 198 going off in September. It'll be even harder to harder to use those remote SDRs while you can. Babalu, 220 kilohertz. There's a long way from Poland, but one must be in Europe. Yeah. David in Barcelona. There you go. Cosmic Lettuce has the... He's the geek. I lost my geekness in math. So he's the geek. 0.133 seconds. But of course, the earth is flat, so it doesn't work. David says he made 2 EME QSOs. So here you go. 35 watts on UHF. And so, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Free to choose Norway on medium wave. You probably had a hell of a good propagation that night. Not even free to choose. It was every night. 1341 on medium wave was a regular. It was there all the time. When propagation was just normal, it was there. You could hear it. I would hear a het from a station in the U.S. It was on 1340, so I'd put myself in upper sideband. And I would hear it in the 90s. That 1341 from Norway was, I'd say, in the winter particularly, it was pretty much every night. You know what I liked, Cosmic Lettuce, what I liked about physics? I just had a lot of fun when I would you had to calculate, the speed of a, I don't know, of a projectile and whatever and all of that. And you had this huge, okay, here I got to find the speed of that thing with all the data I got. And you would just pages of just calculations. I was always loving that. Yeah, Bob Rouse, absolutely. You can ask it. You can ask it anything. It will actually tell you all of it. DJK says, not sure when I signed on, but I'm getting a pirate on 6925. Let's check that out. 6925. Yeah, it's not very strong, but I hear something. Yeah, pirate on 6925 upper sideband. Yeah, that's probably. Wow, that was a very electronic voice. Actually, signal is getting good now for the pirate station there. So yeah, that would be right, John, about the light would go 7.5 times around the Earth in 1 second. Absolutely. Okay. It's very electronic music. It sounds Commodore 64 type music. Any update here on ID 6925? They just ID'd, but I missed the ID part. Sounds like game, like, old computer game music. Definitely sounds synthesizer. I don't know. It's very, very interesting. It fades in and out, but when it fades in real strong, it's pretty good. Actually, it's pretty strong. Don't forget, guys, if you like what you see, you like the live shows, look at that. I'm at 3 hours and 50 minutes. I mean, how many people are going to be there with their radios talking to some people online for 4 hours? Not a lot of people. And keep that audience there. I mean, we're still 150 watching. So don't forget, you can do a donation through the Super Chat. Or tonight is sushi night. And cat treats, of course, for Paul, not for me, through PayPal. How about giving a little something, guys? It really helps out. And, sometimes you got to think about the fact that people do things for you guys. They're here all the time. You're happy to have this happening. Well, there's a cost to it. It costs money for me to have, better internet and get equipment and get radios to talk about radios and stuff. Well, that's where your donations help. Robert Cross, I wonder, would this work so if ground long wave antenna, will it make any difference on long wave in the US? There are a lot of types of antennas. Basically, people that have ground loops, things like that are huge, that have a lot of wiring, will have a better chance. But many times, most of the people actually that do get transatlantic long wave are near the ocean, because once you get near to that salty Atlantic Ocean, the signals just travel like crazy. That is why Sackville transmitter site from Radio Canada International was so good in delivering signals everywhere. Yeah, sometimes, John, that's what happens. We try, we want to prove our point, but we just go too fast and we just don't do it right. David says it's necessary to consider DL7 APV used a 128 by 1111 Liagi array for EME purpose. With that setup, he was probably able to hear the moon echoes of the signals of a mosquito in the basement. Thank you, Joseph, for the donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, the whistlers and things like that in the very, very low frequency range. Definitely, these are crazy. I don't know if it still exists. There used to be Earth radio stream. There used to be. Oh, there's one from NASA actually. You can listen to the Earth. Oh no, it doesn't work. It says 404. The cosmic object you're looking for has disappeared. So that doesn't. But there used to be a stream on my internet radio, which was it was called something like Earth Radio or something like that. And it would give you all the whistlers and all those signals from the very, very, very low frequencies that were like just in the kilohertz range. So Mike WS50 says, I'd like to set up a super long antenna on an East Coast beach and see what transatlantic signals I would get. You know, I as a caregiver, one of the things I find sad is that traveling is out of the question pretty much, because I can't go away long enough. But sometimes I fantasize, I'm going to call it like that I would, like, I would be able to do it and think about going east, going to, I don't know, Nova Scotia or even Newfoundland, or even in the east coast of the U.S., and set up something that would pull in all of those signals that I hear more inland I don't get, just because you're at the edge of the ocean, and that you can get, if you set up well enough, all of these signals. John Hole Newell, the Sackville transmitter. Oh, modem sounds. He just put a modem sound, a 56K modem connecting sound. Yeah, the Sackville transmitter was on a salt marsh. Absolutely, it was an amazing site for transmitting around the world. Dustin just gets an ordinary audio amplifier, can pick up them with a short wire, but it will pick up power, like power line humming, if you're anywhere near one. Joseph, do you mean this guy? It was not that guy, but if there is a... Does he have an online... Because there was an online stream that was even available on the... on internet radios. Wow, it's definitely very 8-bit computer music type. Zero Page Radio, it's called. Zero Page Radio. I have the impression of listening to my Commodore 64 or something. DJ K says, I think Ball Smacker Radio does that too. Cartwood says, The Expedition in Nova Scotia this summer. Dustinlov's about to have an ISS passover. You can listen to the repeater. The repeater of the ISS on 430, what is it, 436 800? 437 800? It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is more of a Commodore. The VIC 20 was not as fancy in the sounds. More a Commodore 64. But that sounds like a SID chip. For those that know what a SID chip is, anybody knows what a SID chip is? It's the amazing sound chip that was in the Commodore computer. So 0-page radio. Wow. Man, it's getting cold in here. What's the temperature? It's 21 C, but I'm cold. It definitely sounds like I'm playing some 8-bit video game from the 80s. Bill Penna says, when he lived in Maine, I could hear a lot of transatlantic stuff on medium wave, long wave. That was 15 miles from the coastline. When I could drive to the ocean, I could hear NYC stations on medium wave in the daytime. So, it's School's Out for Summer. Was from, I like that, a 8-bit version of School's Out. I like that. Oh, yeah, Bob Rouse. I remember that. So he just ID'd. And so yeah, I remember I was so geeky in high school that I had a tape of Commodore 64 music because I thought that thing was just so amazing. Bob Rouse. John Homelowell, did you go to the Vintage Computer Show? You know what? I saw the ad a week after it was done. Because I was like, oh, I would have loved to go and see that. Unfortunately. Article Squadron, SID chip, 6581. Yeah. To Rock Tim, I believe the BBC used a repeater in Sackville. Yeah, I think he said, I am your host, Ken. I'm not sure, but I think that's what he said, DJK. BBC relayed... So, to North America, I know that the BBC used the Antigua Island in the Caribbean for most of... If you guys remember 5975, let me ask here, did BBC ever relay from Sackville? Yes, the BBC radio service used the RCI shortwave transmitter in Sackville, New Brunswick, to relay some of its programming. So, yep, definitely. I remember Radio Japan did. But, wow. So the BBC did, absolutely. You're right, to Tim on that. Cosmic Lead is a Commodore 64 soundtrack. Wow, that's epic nerdy. Huge respect. Oh man, I would just go crazy on the Commodore 64. I would download demos from demo groups that still exist today, by the way. I'm still geeky enough that I download demos even on my PC from those demo groups. And I would download demos on my Commodore 64 because I just wanted to listen to the music they would create on it. And for me, that was like, oh, this is so, so cool. Robert Cross, I have my 1968 radio out here listening to Shortwave, restored a few years ago. Pretty cool. Someone just popped up on 6950. Let's go and check it out. I kind of like the 8-bit Commodore-ish. I do hear 6950, but it's not very strong. Yeah, it's Foxy Lady that is actually playing actual songs, but in 8-bit Commodore-ish music. High voltage silk collection. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, thanks. I'm going to check that out. For the nothing in California on 6950. JK is in a SDR, QSDR in Massachusetts. What's the latest on WBCQ? Anything new? Nope. Actually, we're talking about the 9330 kilohertz super powerful station that now is off. The flat earth people paying for that transmission on 9330 actually went bankrupt. So now the transmitter is like Alan Wiener's like working hard to try to get either people to lease airtime on the 500 kilowatt transmitter. He even said that he was open to the idea of somebody buying the antenna and the transmitter to operate it themselves. So that's kind of interesting. Man, I would see so many things going there that would be great. Somebody mentioned, I like the analogy. Somebody mentioned Monticello, Maine is a stone throw away from Sackville. It would be an amazing transmitter site to transmit around the world. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen with that. One thing for sure, they're not operating it because it costs too much money. So we would need to have something, you know. Somebody told me, do a GoFundMe and get as much money as you can and operate that transmitter site. You know, as a lot of people have done over time trying to get, you know, airtime over stuff, getting money to do it is very difficult. And, you know, I don't even know what a GoFundMe would, you know, how much money a GoFundMe could get to transmit from, you know, WBCQ's 500 kilowatt transmitter. But it would definitely be an interesting thing to do. I mean, you know, for a moment there, you start thinking that could be. Let's start a. Me and Sheldon Harvey were talking about, you know, if we could get the money, starting some Canadian broadcast over WBCQ's transmitter, you know. So 6950 just ID'd as VFO radio. RJ Dakota, it's always fun if shortwave is strong enough to me inside my house. Not common. John says, I saw one in a tree. The guy told me that it did, but it believed that. Free to choose. What type of license do you need to operate a shortwave transmitter site? Is it more complicated than getting a FM broadcast license? I would guess. I would guess that it is in the same league as trying to get any type of broadcasting license for a station. So the money spent to do all the paperwork, and then the money you have to spend to pay for the license fees and stuff like that. I know one thing, in the U.S. particularly, shortwave broadcasting doesn't have the same rules as commercial broadcasts on AM or FM. The rules are totally different. So you can do a lot more. You have a lot more possibilities. So. Jasmine says people raise millions on GoFundMe. It's common to get 10 to 50K though. The question is what type of what the GoFundMe, what type of service or what are you going to do with the money? It depends. That totally depends on how much money you're going to get actually. So I don't know. Would you guys say I should open a GoFundMe and see if we can start something and see what we can do with that transmitter? Would you guys be open to that? Would you guys like me to try it, see what happens? And I mean, if there's not enough money, you can either do a short transmission or you just refund everyone, and that's it, and it's over. I mean, all the money of a GoFundMe for that would go to pay the transmitter. Then you need to have programs to put on. That's also another thing that you need. So I don't know. I don't know. It is an interesting thought, and it is an interesting possibility. Thinking of what could be done. Would we be able to raise enough money to do something with all of that? Jose, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, Mesh Networks, John. Jasmine does that all the time. Brian Leisner, Radio Moscow English Service used to boom into the EOS. Yeah, well, most of the broadcasts were actually from Russia directly. They used so many transmissions and power. But, yeah, they did broadcast from Cuba also. That's why Cuba had transmitter sites. Dustinov recorded a bit of the ISS, posted a few. Jasmine, determine what the cost of operating the transmitter is first, then get your GoFundMe to be 25% more than that. You know what? Maybe I should drop a line and ask Alan Wiener, it's like, how much does it cost to have the airtime there? So, we'll see. We'll see. I know some of you would probably say, yeah, it'd kind of be fun if you go for it. I could try. I could just ask. I could ask and see where we could go with that. You know. Oh, definitely. You know, I know that we can rebroadcast, like, say, the World Radio Network, for example. You know, it could be content that's already there. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Radio Mate, I'm a ham operator and just bought a DX10, not really listed to broadcast, but interesting in trying it out. Nice to have you here, Radio Mate. So, yeah, but on the 500 kilowatt transmitter, it's way more expensive because it's very powerful. It costs a lot more. It costs a lot more on WBCQ's high power transmitter. So I don't know. It would be kind of interesting. Different Gear TV, sports would be good. Everyone loves sports news. So, you know, I don't know. It could be interesting. Maybe it's something we should, you know, I could think about and see. Radical Squadron says, this is what WCQ told me. I emailed them. We are looking for a client to commit to at least 6 hours of broadcasting a day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they want a minimum. Definitely. I mean, you don't turn that thing on for 30 minutes and that's it. For sure. So, you know. Mine WX50, MySpace is dead. Yeah, I think it is. And they had a huge data breach too. How do you find the DX10 for shortwave listening? It's fine. Actually, it works great for that. It's not designed for it, but it does it well. Different Gear TV, Robert Cross, Joe, I tried to get that shortwave hacker radio sorted before the next Zoom. All right. So, hey guys, I'm hungry and I have things to do, including editing the International Radio Report for tomorrow morning. Plus, I also need to do my utility calling for the messenger. So I have tons and tons of things. You know, I could even ask you guys, if any of you out there, like Jasmine's talking about niche programming. You know, anyone want to do a science show? Anyone want to do a geeky computer show? Whatever. There could be a lot of stuff that could be on. That's for sure. GMAC, the International Space Station repeater, the AM repeater, is ISS ham repeater frequency, because I'm an old man and I forget. 437,800. So on a scanner radio in the UHF range, 437.800 is the downlink. And with any scanner radio, it's pretty easy to listen to. So yeah, let me think about that, guys. Let me see what we can do. And I don't know, maybe we could do a GoFundMe and see where it goes and see what could be on. We all know, it's been done over and over and over. You cannot do commercial radio on shortwave. It doesn't exist. It doesn't work. So what else can you do? Either with donations or something, If I'd be Elon Musk, I'd just buy the transmitter and put stuff on, 24 hours a day. But unfortunately, I'm just the official Shortwave channel YouTube guy. So take care, everyone. Thanks, everybody, for the donations, by the way. And see you next week. 20 hours Universal Time. And always fun to have you guys here. Take care.